Ah, there I am. There I am. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, I do know it's Mamdani. Yes, I do know. We have new mayor. We have new mayor. We have been granted the freedom of new mayor. Thank you. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. Very kind of you. I'm still not sure what to say about streaks because I had them disabled before. I had them disabled in the past. And I had them disabled in the past because as a viewer, right, when I am watching other people, I don't like the streaks, right? I do not like them from a viewer perspective. Because as a viewer, right, this is entirely like selfishly on my end, thinking about it in that way, right? Thinking about it in terms of my experiences viewing. I experience the the stream streaks as frustrated, as frustrating. They drive me a little bit insane. It's the reason why I can't play games that have like login streaks. Congo, not only do I know that you were watching that, I saw her thank you for the follow, so I am I'm literally going to like shoot myself in the foot right now and shout out my friend Vera Simila, who is in chat right now. Vera, I'm sure she's not paying attention to my chat right now. Vera is doing her new model debut today, and on her affiliate anniversary, and it's so cool. It is so cool. She is on one right now. She is absolutely on one right now. She is tearing it up. She is tearing it up as a streamer. She is like, this is like the best I've seen her. Vera's a really dear friend. I really appreciate her. I love getting to hang out with her. And it suits her so well. It suits her so well. Her previous model was very how do we say her previous model was very what do I want to say? It was very human. It was very human. It was a very human model. And so it was a very, very human model, and that's all good. That's all good. But this is like she's really into the 3D, model, and she's doing a really good job. She's been doing an incredible. This debut has been incredible, and she's like, again, like this is like the best I've seen her. In terms of like her behavior. Oh, hey, Streamerbot caught somebody. It's been a minute since we actually got somebody. A stuffed horse that you want in Coney Island. Nice. But yeah, my friend Vera is doing her debut. It's very lovely. She's having a great time. She is doing excellently. And for my folks, people asked about the new mayor. Yes, we have been granted the liberty of a new mayor, Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani is our new mayor. It is only surprising to very stupid people that he won. Like there was apparently a bit of a surge in the poll towards Cuomo at the last minute, but I don't actually know if that was actually true or if that was just like obligatory hand-wringing and headline chasing by publications, because this is how publications work. But for folks who take recap on the New York City local politics beats, because it's something I have to care about as a person who lives here. Our previous mayor, our outgoing mayor, he's still currently the mayor, but he's outgoing, was a guy named Eric Adams. Eric Adams was profoundly unpopular and comically incompetent. and an absolute madman in a bad way, an absolute lunatic in a bad way. He would be a very Donald Trumpian figure, a very Donald Trumpian figure, the Democratic Donald Trump, so to speak, and he was. There's not really a question about him remaining in office. Like, his cabinet is like everybody's going to prison. The cabinet. So, you know, and so it was a pretty open election, and in the primary it was Zoran Mamdani, who is a millennial community organizer and former comedian and former rapper, versus Andrew Cuomo, a former governor, a disgraced former governor. It's something I always really feel like I need to emphasize again and again, is that Andrew Cuomo has a lot of experience, and that experience is demonstrably bad. It is a demonstrative net negative to his appeal as a potential administrator. We know what he is like as an admin, and we know that he is an absolute embarrassment. Well, I mean, not just ties to Trump. Like, he's a very Trumpian figure. I will give the very short summary of what Andrew Cuomo's record in office is as governor is that he botched the COVID response substantially worse than the Trump administration did. He got a lot of people killed. He got like a lot of people killed. If you live in New York, there's a very reasonable chance that he specifically killed your grandmother. And then he was hounded out of office for sexually assaulting his own staff. And that's what he's famous for. That's when people talk about Andrew Cuomo having a lot of experience, those are the experiences. Those are the things that he is known for. Those are his accomplishments and achievements in office. So, you know, that's not good. That doesn't make him look good. And so those are like the core things going into the election. The actual course of the election was pretty straightforward and non-confusing, which is basically that Andrew Cuomo would go on TV and whine. He would go on TV and he would whine about like how unfair the TV shows that he was on were being to him. And Zoran Mamdani knocked on people's doors. And having been involved in New York City politics a little bit, it turns out that that's just like an extremely winning strategy. Face-to-face time in New York City is incredibly powerful. It is incredibly powerful. We have had a lot of major upsets in the last 10 years in New York City elections, and this has primarily been how it happens. This is the core of how that happens. This is, in fact, how our previous mayor got elected. This is how Eric Adams got elected, is that, as many negative things as I have to say about Eric Adams, he ran an extremely competent election campaign because he ran an election campaign where he went to nursing homes. He went to nursing homes and visited people. And old people vote, right? That was kind of that's the reason why he went to nursing homes, is that old people vote. Old people are reliable voters. Cuomo didn't hit the pavement. Well, the most important part, right, is that you hit the pavement. That's the actual most important part. Like, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is one of the big upset stories in recent American electoral history. Honestly, a kind of a bigger upset than the really famous two, which are Barack Obama beating Hillary Clinton in the primary, and then Donald Trump beating Hillary Clinton in the general 8 years later. Those are like the two big national ones, but one of the big ones on a national stage is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez defeating Crowley, and she did that by just hitting the pavement. That's the trick. It's New York City is, like 10 million people, and it turns out that at least up to 10 million people, you can just you the strategy is not to try to rely on social media. Social media doesn't scale there. You need to talk to people. Dumb Deviant, thank you for the follow. And let me get in some of these hellos. It's a little bit early in stream, but you know, why not? Why not? Let's get back there. Hello to me. Hello to Seriebot. Hello Momo. Hello Fire Rescue Guy. Hello Almantas. Hello VT. Hello Baby Golden Toes. Hello Count Dorcula the Neko. And well, I hope you enjoyed the calligraphy. I don't think I've seen you since then. Hello Owlinger. Hello Kango. Hello Rifter ZC. Hello, I need to install Easy Greeter. Hello Pumpkin Hext. Hello Floral Inari. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. It is a pleasure to have all of you here. Thank you very much for joining me today. Yes. As for today's plan, obviously I'm not just going to gush about my friends and how much I love them, though that is true. I do love them. I am instead going to what's the word I'm looking for here? I am going to, at some point, probably play Kerbal Space Program. I really like Kerbal Space Program. The Kerbals have done well for me. They have been a lovely little game for me to play. I haven't touched it in a few weeks. I haven't played it in a few weeks, which is a shame, right, on my end. It's a damn shame. One step closer to the Factorio stream. One day, probably, to be honest. I like Factorio a lot. I am a Factorio fan. I've been playing Factorio since the beta. I don't think I was in the closed beta, but I'm pretty sure I've played since open beta. My usual, I have two Factorio experiences that I have done again and again and again, which is I boot up Factorio and then I play until I launch a rocket. I play until I launch a rocket, and the other way that I play Factorio is I boot up Factorio and I play until I get frustrated with blue science. I play until I get to the blue science part, and if I get frustrated enough with trying to get my blue science scaled up to match my red and green production, then I get then I tend to stop. Which the ratio, as I recall it, was something like 5 red science to 6 green science to 24 blue science is how you get like an even ratio on production. And that's like a lot of blue science. Blue science is really expensive. Blue science packs are really expensive in terms of the inputs for them. I don't know if they still are, but they definitely were for a long time. They definitely were for a long time. Very expensive on the inputs. Liquid I never found particularly challenging. Liquids I was always pretty comfortable with. It's definitely getting the scaling up on all of the inputs for blue science is like what really kills me. That is where I get like really, really destroyed. That's where I really can't handle myself. And of course you do. One of the things I've never done in Factorio is I've never done nuclear. I've never done nuclear. My Factorio strategy has pretty consistently been I kind of like bare minimum myself up to solar. And then once I'm on solar, that's kind of the game, right? Like I do solar and I get some accumulators, and I do mass bulk solar farming and build a lot of laser defenses, and that's how I tend to beat out the game, right? One of those things that's because solar scales insanely efficiently. Like solar's incredibly efficient on a lot of metrics. Like it's and particularly in terms of the attention of the person playing the game, it's the least complicated one to set up. It's in terms of like doing really large scale power production, solar is absolutely the least complicated one in terms of the person playing its attention. It's absolutely the easiest one. It does require getting like the maximum out of it does require that you have accumulators and that you use accumulators in a pretty large quantity, but also that's easy. Also, that's like not a huge ask. Like that's a pretty low level ask to just produce an absolute to because then you just create blueprints, right? You just create blueprints of solar and accumulators, and then you just spam those, right? You and you know, particularly once you get construction bots, it's like trivial. Even coal requires more like thoughtfulness than that. Like even coal actually like requires some amount of thoughtfulness because coal requires fuel. It requires fuel and it requires water. I shouldn't say coal because that's not really what it is. It's I should say like steam, I guess. Oh shit, I don't know. I don't think so. I've got no idea though. I got no idea. I know she's seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But Vera's not like a movie buddy of mine. Vera's not one of my movie buddies. You know, that's just kind of like not like a deep part of our friendship. It's not something like we've never. I don't know. We might not have ever talked about it. But like, more water. More water. But yeah, first and foremost, super good. But yes, it's I don't know. What have I got to say for myself? Yeah, so I really like Factorio. I know that Kari has wanted to introduce people to Satisfactory, and I've never played Satisfactory, and the main reason why not is just really because I know that it only does single stack belts as opposed to double stack belts. See, now you guys are like talking me into just playing Factorio instead of playing Kerbal Space Program. It was kind of funny that who was it said it a few minutes ago. Who said it? Why do I not see it? I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh, Kango said it. Kango said we get one step closer to the Factorio stream. I find Factorio way less intimidating than Kerbal Space Program. I find Factorio a lot. I actually think Kerbal Space, for me personally speaking, Kerbal Space Program's easier. Kerbal Space Program is an easier. Not Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program is harder. It's like more advanced to me than Factorio, because Factorio is all like programs, right? It's all like processes and like repetitions and like internal repetitions. It's all about like how do you take something, how do you like automate things and like layout processes, right? And that's all like stuff that's like pretty intuitive to me. I overall kind of find Factorio to be... I played Factorio after I played Space Chem. So... just throw the rock at the ground and miss hello, Commander, the other guy. Evil Genius. I never played Evil Genius. I will be honest, like, I like city builders, but I think I stream them kind of poorly. I think I'm really bad at explaining my thought process in a lot of these games, and so it's not actually the best viewing experience. And like Dot Age wasn't as bad. Dot Age wasn't as bad because Dot Age is turn-based. Dot Age is turn-based, so it was like I could kind of explain my process a lot more coherently. And also I'm still like learning that game. But like Against the Storm in particular, I think I streamed really poorly. Frostpunk is one I'm not sure I would do a very good job at streaming. But I still the game I've been thinking about is SimTown. Not SimCity, SimTown. I have been thinking about SimTown. I haven't played SimTown since like a million years ago, and given the way that I game as an old man, SimTown's like made for kids. And so I think it might be difficult to set up SimTown in such a way that I am actually challenged. Because that's like my big thing, right? It's like I need a certain amount of challenge in my city builders. I don't really like to play city builders where you just like kind of hang out and like make things pretty. I don't have a lot of aesthetic taste is the thing. I actually have very little thoughts and feelings about, I need challenge. No, the thing is that I already have so much chill that I need some challenge, right? That's my thing. That's my thing is like, I need a little bit of the challenge. Hello, Prigar. Hello, Prigar. It's 9 a.m. Greetings to the Western Pacific. Greetings to the Western Pacific, whichever part of the Western Pacific you happen to be on. Hello. Many places are around 9 a.m. It is 10:30 at night for me, but that is because I am a night owl. Lysaria. Yeah, the thing is, like, there's too many games. There's too many games. There should be fewer games. Because I know enough about myself to know that I could probably keep my entire gaming lifestyle sustained in terms of like what I do on stream, just looking at Azershot right now, just with Path of Exile. A game that I haven't even played in years. So I am pretty sure that if literally the only game I had was Path of Exile, and it was like, all I did was rotate between mini streams and calligraphy streams and Path of Exile, I think I would not run out of content at all. Like, I don't think I would be like worried about running out of content. Again, I haven't played Path of Exile in years. It's not like a game that I love that much. It's a game I like. I mean, you kind of are Azershot because you have a Chaos Orb next to your name. That's what I was going off of, is I can see the Chaos Orb in your name. that's all that was happening. What do you play? What build are you? What build are you doing, Azershot? If you are actually literally playing Path of Exile right now, yeah, Chaos Orb spotted. What's the build you're going for? My last build was Poison Concoction. Was Poison Concoction. But that was like almost 2 years ago. Chieftain Raging Fire. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Righteous Fire. I'm sorry, Righteous Fire. That makes sense. I don't know. For some reason, Righteous Fire like has never landed for me emotionally. My favorites have been Reverse Shockwave Totem has definitely been my favorite. It's like my priority has been like Reverse Shockwave Totem. I think second is actually Popcorn Skeletons. I think Popcorn Skeletons was my second favorite, and then I did like Spectres. I don't know if I'd really want to do Spectres again, but I did like Spectres. Didn't really like Lightning Brand. That one was kind of dumb. Did kind of oh, Spectres were insane already. Why did Spectres... I don't know what's been happening in the game if they had to buff Spectres. I don't know what's been going on. Hello, Noir. Hello, Noir. We're in Yap. We're in Yap right now. We're in Yap, Noir. We're in the yapping time. It's Yap time. You know, it's yapping time. It's the yaps. Yap o'clock. The only thing that, like, needed... Oh, yeah, that was about to say, that's, like, literally the only thing that I would want out of Spectres is, like, the inconvenience of getting the right Spectre, right? Because, like, when I was playing the Spectre that I was, spec'd for was, Solar Somethings. And so, like, they're an enemy that spawns in, the Solar Palace. And so, like, you would start up a session, then you'd go to the Solar Palace, and then you would just fart around casting summon corpses on Earth, or what? Not on Earth, but like one of those things. And then you just do that for a while until you get the right combination of solars, and you only resurrect those ones. Very annoying. Very annoying. Only took a couple of minutes, but it's still like a very annoying thing to do in Path of Exile when like almost every other build is you spend 5 seconds self-buffing, and then you're killing, right? like not even, like maybe a second. Like you spend a second setting up your auras and self-buffing, and then you grab a map, and then you go. To have to spend several minutes, and particularly like several minutes every time you die, resurrecting a bunch of nerds. The build that I never did that's extremely dumb, that I really wish I had tried out, and I don't know if it still works anymore because they might have nerfed it into oblivion because it's a really dumb build, was, what is that called? Animate Weapon Totems. Animate Weapon Totems is really funny. Animate Weapon Totems is so freaking funny. For folks who are not Path of Exile pilled or not aware of Path of Exile, Animate Weapon is, it's like Iron Golem from Diablo 2. You cast it on a weapon, and it destroys the weapon in order to create a summon that is, you know, like a flying sword, right? You just have a flying spectral sword that goes around hunting things, okay? Really dumb. Really silly. Animate Weapon, that's so funny. And so... normally, this is not a very good skill because it's so much like clicking and inconvenience, and you have to destroy weapons and blah, blah, blah. But then there is, you can put it on a totem, and the totem casts it for you. So you just, you need to kill a group of enemies first, but then you throw down this totem, and it just like, you just have like 30 of these summons. It's just constantly churning out summons. It's a very funny build. That is wild. That is absolutely wild, Azershot. I that's gotta be new. Veil Animate Weapon has gotta be new. I've never heard of that before. Veil Summon Skeletons was already very goofy. Veil Animate Weapon is completely insane. That's Random Uniques is This is but yeah, it's that's so crazy. That's so nuts. Transfigured it. That's actually potentially radically more powerful. That's potentially like actually really good. That is way better actually than random uniques, because a lot of uniques are garbage, right? Like a lot of uniques suck. Like it's like, yeah, it makes a random unique, but it's like a wand or something like that. Oh, that's, yeah, of course. Oh, because we're hello Broth Soup Gravy. We are going to be playing Kerbal Space Program. We are going to be curbing. Unless I get talked into playing Factorio. But yeah, we're going to be playing a nerd game today. We're going to be playing like a turbo nerd game. We are going to be playing a super nerdy game. It is so tempting though to play like other things. I don't know. I'm trying to stream less. I am trying to stream less after Subathon in order to make sure that for burnout management purposes and for for burnout management purposes and for I've got a lot of back-end stuff to catch up on. I'm looking at my to-do list, and the to-do that I didn't get to today was audit my OBS. I've got to audit OBS. I probably should audit Streamerbot. I have a lot of studying to do. I've got events to get prepped for in the future. I've been doing some postmortems on Subathon. Hello, Shake. So I'm streaming less, right, in order to give myself some more space to do some other things. And if I was really smart, right, the thing I would be doing, which I'm almost certainly not going to do, is develop a process for getting shorts produced on a reliable fashion. And I'm almost certainly not going to do that because I just don't think I'm the type or style or scale of content creator where shorts are really going to make a big difference. However, I do think there's plenty of ways I can improve, right? I do think I actually have a lot of room for improvement as a streamer and as a business model. But like the shorts factory is pretty unremarkable for me. And I would I am not in the mood for Satisfactory Broth Soup Gravy. It's not really that I have anything in particular against it, because I don't. It is that it would be learning a new game. And I just kind of don't feel like it. I kind of don't feel like just like learning a new game out of nowhere. I just kind of don't feel like that. The moth does not have a name, Baby Golden Toes. And actually, Sheik, this might amuse the crap out of you. Yeah, clips remove a lot of the nuance. The way that my friend Saffron puts it is that there's not really such a thing as a 5-second clip that is going to convince somebody to watch multiple hours of your stream. Like, that's just like not really a thing. Which is true. Like, there are people for whom that works. Like, I can think of some people who I started watching because of a clip, right? I can name some people who I wouldn't have watched them if I hadn't seen a clip by them, where they were really funny, right? That's the big thing, right? Is that like the clips are really valuable if you're like a jokester, right? If you are a jokester. And I am more of a long conversationalist. I am more of an educator. I am more of a It's not that I think I'm like I think that some of the stuff that gets clipped is me doing like big inspirational quotes, which make me cringe like crazy. I mean, please keep clipping them. Please do keep clipping them. And it's really funny that I'm talking down clips and I've got a bot that tells people to clip and it's probably going to fire off in a couple of minutes. It's still really helpful. It's still really, really helpful. And, but like, I don't really post them very much. I don't know. Maybe I should start doing that. Maybe I should start doing that. Maybe that's what I should be doing with my time. Maybe that's what I should be doing time. Obviously the burnout avoidance is the most important element. That's like absolutely the most important part because streaming is a long-term process. Say Carpe Diem and tell chat to stand on their desks. Robin Williams would be a good movie marathon. That would be a good movie marathon. Robin Williams is a good movie marathon. That's a good one. Yeah, World's Greatest Dad. Yeah, World's Greatest Dad rocks, Jazzahol. That's actually my favorite Robin Williams movie. That is my actual favorite one, is World's Greatest Dad. The World's Greatest Dad rocks. I'm gonna tell chat about this one because this movie's insane. World's Greatest Dad is, Robin Williams is an English teacher, and he writes poetry, and he isn't getting any traction, right? He is not getting any traction with it. And he has a son. He has a 15-year-old son, and his son is a very normal 15-year-old son, which is to say he's gross and mean and snappish and impulsive. Okay? Normal things. Normal things for a 15-year-old. Well, he's kind of a weird kid, but, like, not, I think, remarkable. Kind of an asshole. And his son dies by autoerotic asphyxiation. Okay? You're following here, right? English teacher, kid dies in an accident of masturbating. Okay? The dad, Robin Williams, unsurprisingly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Interferes with the scene. Doctors the scene to make it look like more like just a suicide. To make it look more like a suicide than like autoerotic asphyxiation, right? Because that's like kind of shameful and embarrassing. So he makes it look like a more just like a suicide. And then he has an idea. After, you know, the police come and they take the body and there's some public mourning and stuff like that. And then Robin Williams has an idea, which is, what if I take my poems and say that they were written by my recently deceased son? What if instead of these poems being written by a middle-aged English teacher, they were written as the tormented last thoughts of a 15-year-old boy before he killed himself? What if I tell that to the world? What if that's what I tell the world? And it turns out that the world is pretty happy to hear that. And so begins his journey of ruthlessly profiteering off of his son's death. It is a movie. It is a pretty crazy movie. And hello, 104th Clone Squad. Hello. I am sorry that you are feeling too uncomfortable to sleep. My problem with sleep lately has been that my roommates have made this a very hot apartment that is hard for me to sleep in. Well, and it's worth saying, Ozershot, right? Like, why does the world react that way? That's not the world reacting that way because the universe, because that's what the world is like. That's the world reacting that way because the movie made them do so, right? That's a choice that the movie made. 104th Clone Squad, isn't that usually a sign? That's probably a sign that you need to replace the battery. You should probably do that. Batteries are cheap, and smoke detectors save lives. But yeah, you know, that's not like it's a movie about cynicism, right? It's a movie about cynicism and about guilt and about expectations, right? It's a movie about all these things, and so, you know, the people of the world react that way because the writers made them do that, right? It's not like an actual like okay, here's the big example, right? Here is the big example. Oh, you have to buy a whole new one? I mean, buy a whole new one. I don't know where you are. I don't know what time zone you're in, but it's 10:46 where I am, so it's a pain in the neck. I mean, Robin Williams was still alive. 4 a.m. Yeah, you're not gonna find one at 4 a.m. You might find one in like 4 hours. 2009. 2009. Okay, so yeah, 2009. That makes sense. 2009. But yeah, one of the stories that I really always like to highlight about fiction versus nonfiction is that thank you, Jazzahall. Also, hold on, let's get the shout out for Jazzahall. Jazzahall. Yazahall. Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2. That is 50% of the famous Resident Evil. You're loading up to the famous Resident Evil. Jazzahall plays like cool old games that are like Resident Evil 2 is not a particularly obscure one. But you play some like pretty weird obscure games. Like I sent her some like really really whack ass games whenever I hear about them, and like every single time she's like, yeah, I know that game. Like every single time I sent her like a random screenshot from Baroque, and she was like, yeah, I know that one. It was pretty goofy. But yeah, the story I always like about describing the difference between fiction and reality is you've all heard of Lord of the Flies, right? So Lord of the Flies is a story where a bunch of school boys get stranded on a desert island, okay? Not a desert island, a deserted island. They get stranded on a Pacific island, and Phantasmagoria, hell yeah. They get stranded on a uninhabited jungle island in the Pacific, and very rapidly they create their own little society on this Pacific island of all teenage boys, and it very rapidly devolves into abuse and violence. I am talking about Lord of the Flies, right? I am talking about Lord of the Flies, okay? So that's the story. That's the fictional book, and the book ends with a British Navy coming in and saving them from themselves. Okay. So here's the thing. Lord of the Flies is actually based on a true story. Okay. Lord of the Flies is a fictional story that is based on a true story. There's a really big difference between what happens in the book and what happens in real life. There's a really, really important difference. Yes, Commander, that is the difference. The kids were scared and they wanted to go home, but they created a functional society and lived a, if not good life, then a highly cooperative life and treated each other very nicely. Right, like that's completely different. It's a completely different lesson, right? Hello, Ryan the Space God. Hello, Ryan the Space God. It's a completely different narrative, and that's because William Golding, right? Yeah, one kid broke his leg and they let it heal properly. Yeah. Golding was not just a misanthrope. He was a schoolmaster. He was a British schoolmaster. So you could choose this. The fact that there's this huge gap, you could choose to view this as mostly about like a commentary on Britishness, but I don't think so. I don't think so, because the intended read of it to me was always that like Lord of the Flies is about how like the British have to, yep, that's the one, Ryan the Space God. The British have to intervene into making the children behave, right? It's about World War II. So it's about World War II and about the kids and about like the adults losing control of the situation, the adults needing to come in and reimpose order. And so I have largely read it as Golding was a schoolmaster, and so Golding is making it about his job security. That's how I have read it, is that William Golding was not merely making a description of human nature, he is making a case for him not getting fired. And hello, Emmerich Draws. Yeah, he has a self-interest in portraying children as incomprehensibly violent, right? Hello, Vovern. Hello, Vovern. But yes. So that's how I've read it as a rule. I mean, it's not very far, right? It's not very far. What he's doing is self-flattery, right? If you want to make it even shorter, right? It's just self-flattery, right? I mean, a lot of kids are, but also, again, we have real, it is also, if even more than self-flattery, it's a narrative that people really want to believe, right? It's a narrative that people really want to believe. And if you're a British colonial officer, this is something that is very important for you to believe psychologically, that the British imposition of violence and colonialism on the rest of the world was in fact an act of mercy. I thought it happened beforehand. I thought the book was 1954. I thought that one was like 1948. Well, in either case, like, he has an agenda, right? He has a psychology, right? He has a psychology, he has a political psychology, he has a belief set. And people tend to write from belief sets, right? I don't think this is that unusual, that people are writing from their belief set. They are British children and therefore monsters. Yes, about the incorrigibility of the British, which I do not think it's really about. And, a book can be good without us agreeing with it. As I always like to highlight, I don't agree with the message of Frankenstein. Crash. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Vovern. Thank you, Vovern. But like I said, like we know this difference. This is the difference in reality and fiction. Yes, saving from their barbaric ways. Oh, oof. Brutal. Brutal. We don't have to agree with Death Wish 3 to admit it. Yeah, Death Wish 3 is terrifying. Either he hates kids. Well, I mean, it's. I don't think it's very. Were there any historic takes that tried to frame Hellenistic or Roman conquest, possibly? Hellenistic, not really. Roman, absolutely. Roman, unambiguously, Commander. Unambiguously, and even at the time the Romans were making them. The Hellenistic ones, not nearly so much. The Hellenistic ones were generally framed as about the glory and aggrandizement of the people doing the conquest. That conquest was a thing that was glorious in its own right, and that those who conquer are glorified and exalted by their act of conquest, and that this power is this expression of power is what justifies the conquest going forward. The Romans have a whole political ideology around the concept of fides, it's actually a really interesting thing. Fides is actually a really interesting conceit, and it tells us a lot about the Roman world. It's one of the things that the Romans write about the most. Well, I'm actually going to snooze for a moment, partially to make it so that I can do the ad breaks closer to the hour. So fides, so the Romans, we only have so much Roman writing left. We don't have a ton of Roman writing, and the Romans write to us. The Roman works that we have surviving are not like broadly representative, okay? The amount of writing that we have from Romans about what the lifestyle of being a peasant was like, which is the most common type of Roman. The most common type of Roman is an independent, small-scale farmer. That is the majority of all Romans were independent, small-scale farmers. The second most common type of Roman to be was a slave, and we know so little about how these groups of people lived. We know a lot more about slaves, and we know almost nothing about the lifestyles of free independent farmers. I believe I have read all of it. I think it's literally 2 paragraphs of Vero. It's so little. We have so little knowledge about how these people lived in terms of literary sources. And what we have boatloads of is moralizing. We have boatloads of the ancient, so like pick up a copy of a newspaper and read the op-ed or opinion sections where they talk about like texting is ruining the world type of things, or like we can learn a lot about the future by like Taylor Swift shoe choices kind of things. That kind of thing is what we have from the Romans. Those kinds of writings absolutely dominate. So nobles and philosophers, and those are generally the same persons. Not uniformly. Epictetus was not a noble by any stretch of the imagination, but Marcus Aurelius, right, is a Marcus Aurelius, Cato, Columella, Varro, Cicero. These are the kinds of people that we like have stuff from, and so we have a lot of Romans talking about what they think makes somebody a good person. We do have a lot of that. We do have a lot of philosophizing about what are virtues, what is a virtuous life, what is a virtuous way to run a society. We do have a lot of that. And so fides comes up all the time. We know a lot about fides because these guys won't fucking shut up about it. And it's fides is it's where we get fidelity from. It's where our phrase fidelity comes from, and that's what it's about. That's what fides is about. It's about how you. It is about keeping your word. Is the fundamental nature of fides. Is that this is the main thing that the Romans would tell everyone, is that we keep our word. We keep our word. Other people do not. We do, right? If we say that you are our ally and you are under our protection, we will go hard in the paint to protect you if you are attacked, and we will not bargain you away in a peace treaty just out of convenience. This is the difference between the Romans and their rivals. Like, it's not the only difference, but it is arguably the most important difference between the Romans and the Greeks in particular, the Hellenistic states. I would say I don't know if it's the single most important, but it's really high up there. It's really high up there. It's really striking. It's really, really striking, the difference between how the Romans and the Greeks treat their junior allies. That, the Romans are saying, like, and they mean it. Like, this is not something that they are messing around with. The Romans demonstrate at great expense, that they are willing to get thousands of themselves killed in order to honor their commitments. They are really serious about this. And this is what makes a lot of the Roman Empire work. The Roman Empire is way more kludgy than it sounds. It is the Roman Empire, the actual thing that you have, like, video games never really portray how messy this gets. Like, Crusader Kings kind of gets there. Like, Crusader Kings could get there with, like, substantially more messiness. Crusader Kings is, in fact, way too simple and straightforward and clean of a game to, like, really convey that the Roman Empire was this patchwork of individual commitments to, like, individual cities and a series of commitments to, like, tax registers and temporary military commands. So there's stuff that's in the Roman Empire for like 800 years that spends the entire time as temporary military commands, right? Like this is a front in a war, and yes, there's nobody we're actually fighting there. It is just like, it's just a theater. Like it's like a theater. That's the word I'm looking for. So theater command. Well, it's an honorable trait, and it's also a really good trait for recruiting allies, Azershot. That's like a lot of the reason why it was so adaptive and so successful for the Romans, was that they said, like, we are going to follow our word, and they did it. And then, you know what that means? That means that when you are a tiny little pissant little country that is squeezed between great powers, and you are considering which great power to throw your lot in with, and your options are the people who are willing to give you a good deal, but might not honor it and don't have a good track record for honoring it, versus the guys who are literally willing to get themselves killed repeatedly in order to defend you, in order to uphold their end of a bargain. Like, that doesn't feel like much of a brainer, right? Like, this is important. Yeah, chronic backstabbers keep their word. Yeah, yeah. Hello, potato cat. Hello, potato cat. Hello, potato cat. She meow. She meow. We are going into ads, but you are potato cat. This is potato cat. What was the special event? Tell me about the special event while we're in ads. Tell me about the special event. I love this. Love this. We were talking about Romans. But yes, we're going to the BRB. No, I let people vote with points all the time. That's pretty normal for me. That's actually really normal. That's actually really normal Almantas behavior. To allow people to vote for... Oh, hold on. There we go. 1,000 follower celebration. Heck yeah. 1,000 potato cat follows. 1,000 potato cat follows. More people should follow potato cat. And not just because I like saying the word potato cat over and over again. Factorio. Okay. Let me install Factorio. Let me probably not. I would be really shocked if I got far enough into the game to get to even need to do that today. That would be a really insane stream. Okay, hold on. I am default facing because I put the okay. Just gonna let me just okay. Okay. Oh no, something has gone wrong. I think I might need to do a fresh install on this machine. It's been crashing. It's been really unstable the last couple of days. Might need a... Oh yeah, you did miss the vote. R.I.P. R.I.P. Miss Cat. R.I.P. to you. I tend to run, I like to run these votes over ad breaks because I'm not doing anything. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter because I also didn't vote and I would have voted for, Factorio. Let me just, the vote was just between Factorio and Kerbal Space Program. I genuinely don't know if you give a shit about those two. Potato Guy. I genuinely don't know if you care about those two. So yeah. Okay, so oh yeah, I need to change the stream info to Factorio. Factorio. And let me just play around a little bit with some settings here. Okay, we should be good. We should be good. Workout time? Alright, cool. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. I will do push-ups. I will do push-ups while the game installs. 10 pseudo-planche push-ups. Take a big stretch. Roll out the arms, and let's go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Yeah, my wrist is good. My wrist is good. My wrist is good. No, and it wouldn't affect that, right? Potato Cat. It was all. For one thing, you gotta trust me here. If I was worried about my wrist getting hurt by push-ups, I would have done squats. Oh crap! I didn't. I need to check the VOD for that. I need to check the VOD for that. But yeah, no. Trust me. Trust me, Potato Cat. I would have I would not risk injuring myself like that. That would have been that. I mean, I haven't lost any games recently. I haven't lost any games recently. Ooh, that's crunchy sound. Wow, I haven't played since version like 1 point something. This is very loud. I feel like I've played many games, but I don't know. Yeah, I haven't lost this game yet. We haven't started it. Oh hell yeah! As a star rookie, that rocks. Whose team was I on? Because I don't think I submitted to the Bloom Baseball League on my own, so somebody else must have put me in there. Okay. I know the song Play the Game by Queen. There's a lot of stuff I don't know anything about. I've not played this. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna switch around my mice here for a second. There we go, that's good. Oh, there we go. Your task is to dispatch an interstellar space platform. You'll need to research advanced technology in order to unlock the rocket silo and discover other planets. Start small, work your way up with automation. Construct a reliable base of operation and reach for the stars. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh wait, no, hold on. I want those things. The things that I want. Okay. Let's deconstruct a little bit of this stuff. In the early 2010s. Oh. Yeah, I was not very online, I think, at that point in my history. I have often been a pretty offline person. Okay, if I'm reading this correctly, my seed sucks a little bit, but not too badly. Because there's coal, iron, and copper here, and stone. So we've got iron, I've got patches here. Oh, Potato Cat, have lurk. Have lurk. Enjoy lurk. Enjoy thy lurk. Enjoy the lurking. Okay, hold on. Let's put you down here. I'll need to go get some iron, some more, let's grab some coal. Yes, how you doing, Quick to Kill? How you doing, Quick to Kill? Okay. Let's... Alt-click, Alt-right-click, Control-right-click, Control-right-click. Okay. Okay, and... Okay. There we go. I'll get some iron started. I'll get us started on some iron. Let's get some wood. If I seem like I'm kind of stressed out, I have more than once lost a game, like, at this juncture. I have definitely lost games by, like, not being aggressive enough about setting up initial mining, and just, like, getting killed by bugs. But yes, enjoy the rest of thine afternoon, Miss Katz. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I'm glad you young folks are enjoying your memes. Okay, that's a good amount of stone. I should be okay for a while. Wood's ridiculous. You need a shocking amount of wood for, you need a shocking amount of wood in this game. Okay. And... no, not you. Gear wheels. Okay, perfect. No. An iron gear wheel and make a wooden chest. And let's see about this and put that down. Being born the same way as the NES. I still think a lot about talking to some real grogs about how like I remember it's like there's a discussion, right? There's a continuous discussion about like what is retro, what is the limits on a retro game, and one of the ones that I really recall very strongly was that the definition of a retro game is a game that's there's the Reddit community of retro gamers defined retro as ending with the Commodore. That's the newest game. That's the newest console that counts as a as retro, and NES is firmly not retro. Basically, is like the real gist there. And NES can never be retro. I don't like that definition because it's like it's analytically useless, right? That's my problem with this. Like it's slovenly. It's I don't really have the objection that like some people object to that because it's too like recent. I just reject it because it's slovenly. It's analytically worthless. You're not saying anything, right? You're not saying anything. It's not a useful periodization, right? There's a completely just like mobile periodization is just a terrible periodization. It's just garbage. It's just hot garbage. Okay, I'm gonna build another one of you, and okay. I mean, I think it should be defined by something that unifies it transhistorically, right? It should be something that unifies it, or actually, wrong. It should be something that unifies it historically, right? That like there should be something historically in common between it. Well, at least like those are fixed, right? At least those are fixed. Whereas like, I guess part of my issue here is that like, if I say something is like, if I say something is from the Bush administration. Wait, that just like research on its own? Oh, wow, this is different. This is different. This is different. I thought I couldn't get any research done until I got some science. Okay, so I will be able to... only once I get to the red science, right? So I need to do green science and red science. Yeah, it needs a clearly defined time period. It needs to be something where like people won't get like incredibly confused. Oh yeah, then this is completely different. The research works completely differently now. research is working completely differently. And I don't have any coal. Let's craft miners, and then I am researching. No, I'm researching how to make basic electronics. Basic electronics. Circuits. Where's circuits gonna be? Where is circuits gonna be? So you wanted me to do something you were familiar with, and then look at what you've gotten yourself into. There's radar. Modules. I almost never bother with modules. There's advanced circuits. Yeah, so let me do circuits and power lines. Red science doesn't enable anything. Lol. There we go. Circuit network's down here. Circuit network is down here. In green science, we'll need to get quite a bit of work to do. There's pump. Where is pipes? Where is pipes? Storage tanks. There's pipes. Okay, I've already got pipes. I've already got access to pipes. Okay, let's just build a magic pump. Electronics finished. Okay. Okay, let's keep on going here for a second. So offshore pump. Post-war on tour. I am as an old, I do, and I shouldn't say as an old. It's less important that I'm an old and more important that I'm like a person from more of the politics side of things. My notion of what qualifies as like who my notion of like eras is very set by like the president, right? Like that's kind of how I think about these things is based on the like who was president at a given moment. So I'll often say like back during the Bush administration, right? Like this was a Bush administration thing. This was an Obama era thing. Yeah, it's always been kind of how I make these framings. Is like it's who was the president at a given moment. May as well collect a few more rocks. I mostly am bottlenecked on iron right now, which is not surprising. You spend a lot of the game bottlenecked on iron. You know what? Let's make another one. We are not getting Lazy Bastard. I've never gotten Lazy Bastard. I don't want to get Lazy Bastard. Lazy Bastard seems really complicated. Maybe at some point in the future I want to get Lazy Bastard. But, not today. Not today. Not today. Today I do not say yes to the Lazy Bastard. Today is not the Lazy Bastard day. Let's do one more, and then... And then we start doing belts. Oh, geez, we need a lot more. We need a lot more. I was trying to get myself up to the level... I said I was only going to do one more, but... the belts are so expensive. Priso Harto. Yeah, yeah, those feel like big eras. Those feel like big eras. I am used to doing eras that are like about a decade. It's kind of my quantum for eras. I wasn't gonna say it. Broth Soup Gravy has always just said that he's in Southeast Asia, so I wasn't gonna say like which part of Southeast Asia specifically. Decade culture or generation? I don't super like... So my thing with generations in specific is that I think generations are really useful for describing pop culture. But I don't think that they're useful for describing larger political tendencies. And it's almost always done the other way around, right? Maybe I'm a jerk here. Maybe this is me being obnoxious. Yeah, I know about belt lanes. What are you gonna do about it? Okay, so we need to build you, which means we need a ton more iron. Decades is like like I said, decades feel kind of real to me. Generations feel kind of fake, right? Like in particular, when people talk about like decades in terms of like political attitudes, and like highly predictive political attitudes, I'm just like I don't really believe this. Oh god, I forgot how many power lines we need. Okay, we wait here for a moment. Low key got a bit. I thought a high key got a bit worse. I thought it was high key quite a bit worse in in Indo. I thought you guys were. I thought things were pretty challenging of late. Yeah, it is high key. You just said low key because that's what you say. That is because you are potato, because that's how Potato Cat talks. Yeah, you're trying to be polite. Yep. Trying to be polite. Yeah, I knew it. I was like, that doesn't sound right to me at all. My understanding was that it's gotten really rough. Oh wow. Yeah, that's deeply unpleasant. I'm sorry. Very, very sorry to hear that. Holy. Down. Okay, what research do we want first? We want either automation or electric drills. Let's go with automation first. Okay. Yep, this is a new account, so yeah, this is the first time we're seeing that one. There we go. Start researching. Okay. Oh. All right. How much was in there? Let's take a look around and, you know, let's make one of these. Let's make a couple of these. Okay. We're just waiting for some research to get done. It'll take a minute for the research to catch up. A second, I'm gonna change something in the settings here. Color. That's not what I'm looking for here. Display. I want to change something here. Night lights off. Oh boy. That stings my eyes, but that probably looks more normal for everybody here. Let's take a look at my power. 60 kilowatts. Okay. $60 kilowatts. No, that was, no, that was, that's because that's what I want the computer screen to look like. That's because that's how I see the world. Electronic mining first. Starting to get stressed out a little bit here. And I need another box. Okay, so... Put down assembler 1, and... Then assembler 2. Okay, there we go. There we go. Produce that. And produce that. Alright, cool. There we go. And if I've done this right, this will continue. This will do automatic research pretty much going forward. And then that means it's time for me to start thinking about expanding production. It's time to start thinking about expanding production. And let's take a look at satisfaction for a second. Up to 900 kilowatts. Okay, I've got time. I got plenty of time. I have plenty of time. So... okay. 64 iron plates. That's not very many. I can blast through that incredibly fast. Okay, so let's start by expanding the power grid. Hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. Being a little fuss budget and insisting on keeping the power going at right angles. Oh, the other music's still playing. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Thank you for the heads up. Memoria. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Blue. Let's pick this up. Let's get all this picked up. And then we can start thinking a little bit harder. I think we need more stone furnaces. Need some of you guys. I need a bunch of you guys. People voted for Factorio. People voted for Factorio. Though I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I'm hemming and hawing again, as ever. You're indecisive streamer. So... And where's splitters? Where are splitters? There's splitters. Okay, there's splitters. And once I get splitters, I will have the fundamentals. I'll do electric drills, and then I'll... I'm being very silly. I actually should have kept these things going this entire time. Okay. There's very little reason not to just keep those ones going. Let's get another burner down here, though. on the same principle, and there we go. Should improve our situation a little bit. I didn't actually like using coal burners for this specific purpose, because then they can't run out of power, right? Like this is a problem that you can run into in the early mid game quite a bit, or at least that I've run into quite often, is having too much power coming out of the well, if you pull too much power, that causes the mines to slow down. That causes your miners to slow down, and once your miners slow down, that causes everything else in the factory. Then all of a sudden, the coal isn't getting to the power plant, and then the entire factory starts to shut down. That's... Oh. I was wondering why the research wasn't happening. It's because it's not actually... I didn't actually automate everything, because I don't have enough... I don't have belts set up. So... There we go. There we go. So we should have completed electric mining drill a minute ago. I'm just a goober. Okay. I don't think I need light armor. I'll need the light armor sooner or later, right? I'll need the light armor sooner or later. Let's start just getting on to... Let's just start getting on something really important here from the get-go. Which is that we've got a... No, hold on. We gotta start building belts in like huge quantities. We need an enormous quantity of belts here. Okay, so we need a third one. Yeah, we just need a shitload of belts. Just an absolute boatload of belts. And then you... There we go. Hello, Vine! Hello, Vine! Fake smile? Oh no! Oh no! What's going on, Vine? Why the fake smiles? Why the fake smiles? Is my beloved Vine not happy to see me? How was the Valheims? How was the Valheims? I guess I shouldn't bother you too much more. You did say you were going to lurk. I shouldn't be rude. I should accept your claims to needing to lurk. Valheim right now at Dev Offline. Excellent, 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 excellent. I hope the debugging is going well. Okay. Okay. We are now hitting an annoying part of all of this, which is, okay, hold on, let's... Okay, let's... Driving me a little bit nuts here. There's no point in me being organized like this. But I'm doing it anyway. Okay, electric drill mining, good. electric drill mining, good. Let's get logistics. And with logistics... Great logistics comes great responsibility. But there we go. You go in there. And you go there. Yeah, the moth can be petted. Yeah, the moth can be petted. Yes, exactly, exactly. That was always the goal. That was always where this was headed. It was ever thus. Why did I bother turning this off? I feel I'm a dingus. No. There we go. Okay. Think about... Okay, I think I'm going to run smelting this way and then factory north to south. Yeah, that's actually pretty good for the moment. I'll just... No. No, I hate that. Okay, so we picked up those, and... okay, now we can get some mining, some real miners in. What's the ratio here? So, burner miners have a mining speed of 0.25, and electrics have a 0.5. So the electrics will replace 2 burning miners. While also being like way more fuel efficient. So thank heavens for that. This is not where I need you to be. Okay. Is that helpful? I think I may have made my life harder. Alright, I definitely made my life harder because this is where I want that one. And there we go. I changed the spacing on these. Ever so slightly annoying. Okay. Oh, okay. Ever so slightly annoying. Okay. There we go. And I need to fuel those up. Hello, Momo. Oh, yeah, sorry, Momo. That's gonna happen. That is going to happen with this setup. There we go. There we go. Let's get him. Let's get him. Let's get him. And let's expand this a little bit more. Acting as if I know what I'm doing at all. We need more furnace. Not like a lot more, actually. We'll need some furnace down here. Sooner rather than later. Does logistics include underground belts? That's the question. It does, it does, it does, it does, it does. It's got splitter and undergrounds. Okay. Okay, so I should be okay. Let's... However, let's... Wait, no, I don't want to do that at all. This is better. This is better. It's silly, but it's better. Oh, are you out? Nice. If I recall correctly, this will not in fact work. But we'll find that out in a few minutes. Okay, yep, already accelerating pretty robustly. With just that. Okay. Now let's actually put you guys back down again. And build. Oh, I have a bunch of copper. Okay, so let's. So I need... What? No. 100 and 100. And... Need more belts. Need more belts. My lust for belts. Okay. And then... Where's long inserter? Where is long inserter? Do I already have long inserter? I have long inserter already. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Let's just do the splits down here. Okay. so this will be our coal line, right? This is where we'll patch in coal. Nah, it's gonna take me a while. Or maybe not. Those belts are coming off the belt pretty fast. And then... and then here's our copper line down here. Okay. I think I have a general structure here. General structure complete. Okay. Let's get a bunch more power lines. One, two. Okay. Okay, we don't need nearly as much copper at this point in the game. Iron expansion has to happen like way more aggressively. And let's do something like this. And what's the limiting factor here? It's copper again. Okay. Oh, hey, we're not actually that limited by copper. We're limited by copper. Very limited by copper over there. Okay, cool. And now we're running out of wood. Come on. There we go. One day I'll get these controls correct. One day. But not today. Not today. Not today. That's what I say to the me. Okay. You're all tapped. Burners in. Okay, logistics is completed. That means it's time for me to start worrying. I don't need repair pack anytime soon. Don't really need steel anytime soon. Probably do want gun turrets sooner rather than later. Okay. I want to put a couple more of these down because coal demand is about to skyrocket. Actually, coal demand should probably start leveling out now that I'm thinking about it, because I'm going over to more electrical burners, and electronic burners are, in fact, more efficient, right? Like, they're just, like, a lot more efficient overall. Okay, so what's the power grid looking like? 330, okay, so we got plenty of time left for expansion. Alright, this is the important part. I forgot about you. You're the really important part. Getting the splitter out. And there we go. Splitting. Because I'm talking about splitting. That's why, because I'm talking about splitting. Okay, so copper is about to start coming down the line. And gun turrets are done. Okay. Is you? It'll be time to build a light armor finally. There we go. Now I'm armored and... Okay, coal is coming down the line. Okay, so we are reaching primitive levels of automation. We are now reaching the truly primitive level, which is good. Which is good. Primitive level is better than where we were at by a pretty sturdy margin. It looks like we can start creating our actual... the actual important thing, which is the... we can start laying out our real bus. The real production. Well, let's actually do it the other way. Let's do it the other way, and then... actually want another one. And... there we go. Okay. Now we can get started. No. Okay, something like that. Something like that, and... let's get some... whoa, ads be upon ye. I'm going to go get some water. I don't know, I needed to alt-tab that. Enjoy the BRB screen. I'll be back. All right, folks. All right, folks. All right, folks. Okay, so I'm gonna clean up some of these power poles in a moment here. But I think we probably only need one electronics miner for the moment. What am I short on? Iron. Iron. I think I only need one electronical miner down here for the moment. And then we can, hello, Insunset. Have a good night, Tohu. Have a good night. And also, hello. Welcome in, Tohu. Have a good night. Alright. Lamps. I know people who just skip lamps entirely. Hello, Insunset. I did? Oh, I'm foolish. I am foolish. I am foolish and forgetful. I am foolish and forgetful. Yeah, one should do for the moment. One should do for the moment. And okay, now we have some actual now things are getting started. You voted on the poll but didn't say anything, lol. Okay, now the party has begun. Now the real party begins. Now the real party begins. Okay. Now we have a... Well, now we have a bus. Now we have a bus. We have started on building on a bus. Oh, wow, I put all my iron there, no wonder. Well, okay. Was there an easier way to get rid of dust? I don't have an answer for you. I don't tend to struggle with having too much dust. I tend to... I must confess, that's not a typical problem in my life. Okay, let's think about this for a second here. Do gears go on the bus? Do gears go on the bus? Oh, you just have dust allergies? Okay, okay. I think I almost always put green chips on the bus. I should put gears on the bus. I should put gears on the bus. Okay, let's... Oh, no, don't. Skip those. Okay, so... Let's clean you up here, over here as well, while I'm thinking about it. Gears on the bus, exactly, they do go round and round. Okay, and... okay. And... there we go. Okay. Step 1. Okay. The bus has been expanded to account for gears. Yeah, it's pretty good syphilis. Oh yeah, never put wires on the bus. Well, I wouldn't... I'm not going to expand the bus to include, like... Bus is going to include steel. I am not going to include, like... construction bots or solar panels on the bus. Like, those aren't really components. those aren't really components. They don't belong on a bus. But I'm probably... So it's probably going to be iron, copper, steel, gears, and green chips are probably the only things that are going on the main bus. And everything else is going to be, like, subdivided after that. This is where green chips are going to go, but we've got a moment before we worry about those. Okay, and engineers are very admirable. I am not an engineer. I am not an engineer at all. Hello, Axel Zackel. How are you doing today? Yeah, panels, accumulators. There's a lot of stuff that gets boxed. There's a lot of stuff that gets boxed. And actually, you know what? I'm thinking about this the wrong way. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. You there, and you need electric circuits. Okay. You need electric circuits and iron plates. Awful. Awful. Electric circuits and iron plates. Did you study other things? Absolutely. Absolutely. All of my knowledge of Roman history is entirely just me partying. All of my Roman history knowledge is just me vibing. And so I am absolutely a my knowledge of most of my foreign language skills are at this point me just partying. Okay, let's do a little bit of math here. So 1 iron plate to... Let's just... I'll just see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's just see what happens. 2, 3, 4, 5... I need a bunch more inserters. But yeah, I've got a pretty, I wouldn't say a good amount of Roman knowledge. I've got a fair amount of Roman knowledge. I am, as I like to say, pretty ancient Rome pilled. And yeah, I was talking about Fides earlier today on stream, right? Okay. Copper, copper, copper. Circuits. Oh, copy paste entity settings? How do I do that? No, I understand fast replace, copy paste editing. Shift right click and shift left click. Okay. Shift right click and shift left click. Oh, right. Gotta do this and... Okay. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I think we are okay. And this one, this is like pure convenience sake for myself, so it doesn't need to go anywhere, right? Like this one's not going to be a component. This is convenience. What do you use sociology specifically? I don't tend to talk about the actual specialization. I don't tend to talk about the actual specialization. I am pretty open about what I am in life. Like, I don't mind talking about the city I live in, for example. But the specific stuff I studied is actually, like, kind of doxable. That's the big issue, is it's actually, like, that's actually pretty doxable. In a way that is just, like, not true for, like, knowing where I live and knowing, like, what, even, like, in general what I look like isn't really that doxable, but knowing, I think if somebody knows my thesis, they could probably find me pretty fast. No, it's not that. It's that, like, academia is a small enough world, right? That, like, if you know more than the broad strokes. I will tell you that I focused on media. That I don't mind saying, but, like, I'm not going to give you, like, the specifics of, like, my thesis, because it's just, like, yeah, it's just a little bit, too easy at that point. Alright, let's put on the Subo Machino Gunno. Okay, let's just swap the submachine gun and the pistol. On PubMed. I haven't come up with a name, Axel. I feel very silly about this, but I don't have a name for the little guy. I just keep on calling him my little guy. He's my little guy. You know what? I'm making my life a little bit harder here for very little gain. So let's... And... Okay, I'm over 100 belts in my inventory. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Cheat-chan. That's... You don't want to sound jobless, but what is PubMed? PubMed, maybe somebody else here can explain a little bit better, because I was a sociologist. We didn't use PubMed. We used JSTOR. PubMed is, I believe that's what biologists use, right? That's for biology and biomedical publications, right? Am I correct on that one? Okay. Output priority left, and we want it to be copper. Yep, there we go. Did that right? Doesn't necessarily. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. It would be weird for me to be on PubMed. That would be not impossible, but would be strange. Okay. And then... Okay, and... Oh, you need circuits. You need circuits, not copper. Okay. Okay. Input priority filter U. And then we need another filter. And filter for that. Let's clean up the belt a little bit. There we go. And there we go. There we go. Now it's going to start assembling. And yeah, that's a cute technique. It's a cute technique. Any sort of sites I used in college are completely outdated. I mean, JSTOR's still valid. JSTOR's still valid. I don't know if people really use WorldCat anymore. Like, you know, and JSTOR's kind of the big indexing one. Google Scholar is actually still pretty useful to this day. Academia.edu has fallen really hard. They'll just link you to them. Okay, yeah. Oh, geez, Pete, that's fast. Oh, that just burned through all of my iron production, like, instantaneously. These two just burn through it. Okay, let's just take all those. Okay, and now they're going to be output limited. This one's going to be output limited to 100. This one will be output limited to 50. What is the purpose of papers? Papers is where knowledge is. So the purpose of that's... So the underlying assumption underneath all of this is that it is good to increase the sum total of human knowledge. That is like the underlying logic, right? Like everything else is else in this consideration. That is the underlying, like, ultimate consideration. Is that we want to know more. And papers is the term that we use for discussing you know, the cutting edge, right? People's attempts to create the expanded cutting edge of what humans know about the world. And so I don't know how much else to say. And so a paper, right, is anyone can. Yes, anyone can. There is a process called peer review. The ultimate assumption is that there are... How do I say this? There is an assumption. There's an assumption, right, that that there are people who know a subject enough to be considered experts, right? And they will review papers in a process called peer review, which is... and then journals will only publish papers that are peer-reviewed, and journals have different prestige levels, and if you don't get published in a sufficiently prestigious journal, people don't take your claim seriously, right? That's I guess a lot of it, right, is the peer review process itself is somewhat load bearing on all of this. There's a load bearing on the peer review process, and there's a load bearing on the assumption that the journals themselves are putting in a good faith effort to publish the best work they can get their hands on. Those two kind of twin assumptions, which may or may not be valid, are the thing that underpins all academic pursuit, right? All academic pursuit is underpinned by this in the 21st century. Yeah. Yes. No, I mean, there's quite a few other problems, right? Those are actually small problems. Corruption is corruption's actually a pretty big problem. And again, like I said, there's a big assumption of good faith. There's a large assumption of good faith, and so there have been a couple of scandals in the academic world. One that's the two really big ones are the Schoen scandal and the Sokal scandal. Are both kind of the big ones, and the Sokal scandal was that some pranksters. Hey, Xanadu. Yeah, this is way super early for you. What the hell are you doing? The Sokal scandal is that some pranksters they wrote fake papers, and then submitted them to journals, and they lied about them being reviewed. And the peers who reviewed them looked at them and thought they were credible if the data was true, and they just made up data, right? They just lied about the data to demonstrate that they didn't like the journals in question. And they lied also when they published the results from that. They also lied about the journals that they submitted to. So they lied and they said it was a matter of like philosophy being a bad field that doesn't do anything. Yeah, they just made up data. They just completely made up data. They made up data and then they made up data about the data they made up. I don't respect this scandal very much at all. Because the claim of it, right, is that like humanities departments don't do serious peer review. And so the intent was already fraudulent, right? They were trying to defraud. They were trying to prove a point about other fields. And so point one that's the problem is, they submitted these and they got published. They submitted like, I don't remember how many papers, but they got published in 5 journals, right? They got published in 5 different journals. And then they go around, they go, look, the humanities are intrinsically corrupt and we should stop funding the humanities. It was basically what they said. They basically said, because the humanities departments let us get away with this, we should stop funding the humanities. 4 of the 5 journals that they submitted to were already known pay-to-play. So, like, this is a problem that happens in, like, in other fields as well. It's like the pay-to-play journal, where journals will basically publish anything you put in front of them in order to, like, boost your publication numbers. They're not considered serious entries into the actual lexicon. They're just kind of ways to juice your numbers as an academic. And it is a problem. Like pay-to-play is a problem. Yeah, it's functionally bribery. So pay-to-play is already a problem. And the one that did get published in an actual journal was to Hypatia, which Hypatia correctly, I think, defended themselves by pointing out that if the data had been true, right, if they hadn't lied, then what they said was interesting. Which I agree with. If what they had said was true, then what they said was interesting. Which was that they had claimed to observe dog owners treating their dogs differently based on the perceived gender of their dogs. Which, again, if true, that's interesting. Right, I mean, this is what I mean by the assumption of good faith is fundamentally a load-bearing weakness. Right? It is fundamentally a load-bearing weakness on the entire system. And this is like a big problem facing us in AI, is that journals are already getting flooded with AI papers, which, increases the cost, right? It increases the cost of doing science, right? It just makes doing science more expensive for everyone. It's an unfortunately interesting assumption that all of our knowledge of physics, right? I want you to think about this again. I really want you to just like pause and think about this and really meditate on this. All of our knowledge about physics, all of our cutting-edge physics research, all of our cutting-edge chemistry research, all of our cutting-edge actual research that we do, all of it rests on an assumption that everybody submitting papers is submitting things that they actually observed and that they actually want to be reviewed and that they actually think is a true argument. All of it. All of it. We are entirely reliant on that. There's very little back-checking. There's very, very little back-checking on these things. It's not that back-checking doesn't happen, right? If you propose a chemistry process and you get really strong results, you propose a new method for the production of aspirin, right? That is 15% more efficient. Like that's insane, right? If you got a 15% reduction in the water use on aspirin production, that is world changing. That is an incredible leap forward. So if you publish that, people are going to check on you. And so this is what happens with stuff like the Schoen scandal. Is that Schoen was proposing, I think it was what was Schoen working on? I'm gonna have to check this. Arthur Schoen. What was Schoen working on? What was Schoen's project? It was semiconductors. It was semiconductors, not superconductors. Okay, that's why I got confused. It was semiconductors. Schoen was finding some really amazing semiconductors, which is a really important field of physics, right? That's a really important part of applied physics, is semiconductor physics. And he was finding results that were completely insane. And he was doing it for years, and he got published dozens of times. He was considered a shoo-in for the Nobel Prize. Schoen was considered semiconductors. Semiconductors are really important. Semiconductors are arguably more important than superconductors. He was considered a shoo-in for the Nobel Prize, and he made it all up. This was an insane scandal. It's actually a kind of interesting one in that Arthur Schoen was not particularly malicious about this. What he was a terminal people pleaser. And I think that's kind of interesting. That, like, he wasn't going around just seeing how much he could get away with. He was going around and, like, people liked his results. And then they would say, this is really incredible, but I'm not really convinced. And then Schoen would say, oh, what would it take to convince you? What would it take to convince you? And then Schoen would go, then the person would tell Schoen, they'd be like, oh, I need to see an experiment about how this performs under, I don't know, acidity, right? Under a more acid condition or whatever the hell. And then Schoen would go away for a couple weeks and he'd come back and be like, great news. And he would produce a graph that looked like, that had those results that people wanted. And he just kept on doing this, right? It was just, he just kept on doing that. I'm going to take another divergence here, because it was occurring to me that we might be in a fair amount of trouble pretty soon. Yeah, just kept on saying yes to people. I don't know Arthur Murray at all. You could literally tell me anything about Arthur Murray and I would believe you. I have never heard of the man. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that this is where things get kind of interesting, right? Is that in the sciences, this is a really profound problem, and the only thing that really keeps it in check in the sciences is that if you produce a remarkable enough result that it has meaningful economic factors, then a company is going to try to reproduce your results, and they're going to fail, and they're going to be like, what the hell, man? Where this is kind of interesting is that if you're in the humanities or in the if you're in the humanities or in the what do we call those, mathematics, right? If you're in math or the humanities, it's actually really easy to check your claims. It's incredibly easy to check your claims if you are making a mathematical or humanities argument, because your entire argument is contained inside of the paper. So those are actually like quite easy to check. If you are making a math claim, anybody who cares will be able. Yeah, math is really easy to check. It's like your proof works or it doesn't. And if your proof is too hard for other people to follow, that means that nobody cares about it, right? Like if other people can't check your proof, that means they also don't care about your proof. It's like math is very easy. I would actually say that there's a non-trivial argument that philosophy is even easier, but I guess math is kind of a subfield of philosophy if you're a real dick about it. That's philosophy, the real question is like, did you propose an interesting idea? And so basically the only form of fraud that can actually matter inside of philosophy is plagiarism. There's pretty much just plagiarism. There's like not really anything else you can do that fucks over the system in philosophy. It's like, was it interesting or not? And if it was interesting, it was interesting. Like there's kind of like it's just there, right? It's just there. It is just there. What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, I was trying to make bullets. I need bullets. I need a bullet. I needed a bullet. I did hear that Mandani won. Congratulations to us on having a mayor that doesn't make us all want to shoot ourselves. Bossy parody game in the style of Ace Attorney. Interesting. I'm not familiar with this. I'm not familiar with this. Yeah, Andrew Cuomo's so embarrassing. It's embarrassing to all of us that Andrew Cuomo got anywhere. Something just really feels Socrates Jones, nice. Okay, so the thing is, like, I completely shut down science several minutes ago, like half an hour ago, and haven't started it back up. So I need to do something about that. It's a loser move. It's completely. It is. I am really mad about. I am really mad about how I am told constantly, vote blue no matter who. And then as soon as my guy is blue, as opposed to the guy that I fucking despise being blue, then all of a sudden, no, we need to vote for the goddamn independent who was disgraced from office. I just cannot quite emphasize this enough. That, like, Cuomo was literally worse than nothing. Cuomo was literally worse than nothing. Like we literally would have been better off with a completely random New Yorker than Andrew Cuomo. It's hold on, let's think about this. What do I need? I need copper. I need copper on the left. Actually, you know what? Hold on, this is the better way to do this. Filter, copper, left. There we go, and then... Filter, copper, left. Yeah. Okay, let's think about this. So, science... Red science... let's think about this. So, science capacity... 2 seconds of crafting speed... Oh, hold on, let's just make... No, hold on. I'm doing this in the wrong order. I want to also make an assembler. I want to also make an assembler. So, so it needs iron plates, gears, and circuits. Okay, hold on. Let's pick you up. No, hold on. Actually, no, this is correct. Making assembler. This is my crappy bus, yeah. This game, Gamma Churchill, is about automating a factory. It is about automating a factory in order to launch a rocket. Oh, well, I'm doing the mall right now. You're correct. Hello, Folkozalbera. Hello. Yeah, I'm working on the mall right now. Because the convenience is very important to me. Hello, Folkozalbera. And hello, Seishun was here. And hello, other raiders. Folkozalbera. What were you up to? Darkest Dungeon. I've never gotten far in Darkest Dungeon, but you've raided into an appropriately also opaque game. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I guess I'm playing Factorio right now. I mostly am, I will admit to mostly not being a gamer. I mostly do calligraphy and paint miniatures. Those are my main activities here on Twitcheth.tvth. Like I said, I used to be a professor of sociology. We have been talking about the underlying fundamental weakness of the academic world, the big weakness, which is the necessary assumption for academic progress on the good faith participation of all participants. Which is, again, I think it's fine, I think it's good, but it does also, it opens you up to weaknesses, right? So, there have been some major science scandals where people have made claims that were not borne out by the evidence, right? I was talking about the Schoen scandal. I could talk about the LK99 scandal a little bit. I was impressed by the LK99. Right? When LK99 was announced, I was like, okay, if this is true, I did say if this is true, I wasn't sure if it was true. If LK99 had been true and not just garbage, it would have changed the world, right? It would have changed the world completely, but it was garbage. It was misrepresented in its publication, and we do not get to experience LK99. RIP to us. LK99 was a proposed room temperature superconductor, which, that would have truly outstanding, outrageous effects on all of human civilization, right? Like, we would be you know, that's... Yeah, and it was. It was. It really was. That is kind of the ultimate result, right? Is that it was, in fact, too good to be true. It was, in fact, too good to be true. Hold on, let's get you in there before I overcrowd this thing. And assembler. And yeah, I think that's interesting, right? I think that that is pretty interesting, right? Tis a shame. Tis a shame. Hold on, I'm gonna do some things here. Tis a shame that we didn't have godlike powers, right? Tis a damn shame. Tis a damn shame. Let's think about this one for a second here. So there we go. Left arm. There we go. There we go. Okay, now I can start thinking about getting back to the actual job. Oh wait, nope. There's one more thing I want to do on the mall. These guys. Oh, actually, that's really annoying. I probably should do that over here or something like that. How am I doing on power? Okay, I should probably expand power up one more. Okay, I should probably expand power up one more. And yeah, let's think about this for a second here. So lights need iron plates, copper wire. Oh, Leshy! Long time no see, Leshy. Long time no see, Leshy the dwarf. What were you up to, Leshy? What were you up to, Leshy? Leshy the dwarf. How's it going? How's it going? What were you chatting about? What were you chatting about? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. I do a lot of miniatures. I do a lot of just chatting about often academic and historical topics. I am very ancient Rome pilled. I am talking about ancient Rome a lot. Ancient Roman history. It was not my academic subject by any stretch of imagination. I was a sociologist. Human sexuality also comes up pretty frequently. But today I'm playing Factorio. And we're getting to the early stages of we're getting into the early game. How was the, I hope that the pumpkins were good. I hope that it's a hiatus for a good reason. Leshy. I hope that it is not for tragic reasons, but good luck with your hiatus. Leshy the Dwarf is one of my longest followers. And I haven't seen her around in a minute. I think mostly just because I stream really late is what has happened. I used to stream earlier in the day, and I think that was more copacetic for Leshy. And I've been streaming at the night hours, at the American night hours, and I think that was disruptive to Leshy's ability to come see me. But was a good hiatus recent? Okay, yes, okay. That makes sense. Yes, I mean that's why I switched over to night streams, right? That's why I switched over to night streams, is that I was streaming in like the afternoon and evening, and then it was just causing so many problems in terms of like getting things done between the hours of like 7 and 10 p.m. like I kind of really need to be more available from 7 and 10 p.m. We do have a little bit of an overlap. Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised. I'm used to you mostly streaming on Sundays. I'm used to you mostly streaming on Sundays. Thank you, Leshy. I have been catching mostly some of your skeets on Blue Sky. I have been keeping up on your skeets. But thank you, Leshy. It has been good. It has been good. You know, we did just do the subathon and the affiliate anniversary, so I feel a little bit comfortable talking about how these things have gone. Thank you. I don't feel. I guess I have been working hard. It's been an interesting curve. It's been an interesting curve for people who. Leshy has been here for forever. Leshy and a couple of the other people I see in here have been in here. Leshy's been around since I was on like 3-4 viewers. Leshy's been around. And my growth has kind of, I've had a couple of very strong sudden bursts of growth, and then a much, much longer period of very slow growth. So, you know, I started off getting, I grew very slowly for the first year. And then in my second year, I had 2 instances of growing very quickly. And I have been growing very slowly again since then. It's been very slow. Slow growth in spurts, and also some there was some backsliding. It is very funny to me, and it's always a good sign. This is for anybody who is like thinking about streaming. I think that I have personally been an experience of not all of the advice that you see is very applicable. Because one of the big pieces of advice that I got that people were very strong about, there was a very straightforward one, was horror games good. Okay? That was something that I heard pretty frequently. Horror games good. And absolutely the worst period of my growth was when I was playing horror games, which I enjoyed. I did not have a bad time streaming horror games. But the gap between my streaming style and my streaming tone versus what was happening on screen appeared to be too much for people. It appeared to be too much for people. I was having a great time, but okay, give you an EU5 country. I don't know who's not playable. I was gonna say like Cahokia, but I'm pretty sure Cahokia is not playable. I don't think natives are playable at all. I don't think North Americans are playable. Who'd even be in the South America? Like Wadi? Like Wari should be available, but I don't think Wari's playable. Is he's fresh and unique in this space? That's very sweet of you to say. Yeah, it's I think it's sincerity and energy are really important. I will take a little bit of a brief aside here to say that I do think that there is a craftsmanship to being a streamer. And I don't think that we have a strong vocabulary about that craftsmanship. Also, hold on, I'm getting Winde, play as Milan. Screw it, play as Milan. Be evil. Play Milan. There's a craftsmanship to it, and we don't often talk about it, and I don't quite know why. I think a lot of that craftsmanship comes down to enunciation, projection, and elocution, which is all a fancy way of saying public speaking skills. I do think that there is no such that no streamer, unless you are a mute streamer, right? If you are a mute streamer, that's an interest. That the mute streamers have their own logic. Louis Gaio _18, thank you for the follow. If you are a mute streamer like Corpse or Celeru, you've kind of got a different thing going on, but for the rest of us, these core skills of, of basic public speaking skills are always going to serve you well. It's always going to serve you well. I think that those are really worth doing, but I do think taking some time to think about the actual tone that you want to give your streams, and a tone that suits you, right? Like it's I knew that I wanted to be on stage, right? I knew I really wanted to be on stage and to be in front of people and to be talking to people and to be sharing my thoughts and ideas with people. I knew that. That part I knew, but it did take me some time to like develop a voice for using that. I'll shout out two of them right now. So Celeru is a friend. She is in my general friend circle. She's a mute streamer. And I don't know Corpse as well as a person. But Corpse is really good. Both of these two, both Celeru and Corpse, never speak. They're completely silent. She has no relationship to Corpse husband that I am aware of. I don't know any relationship between Corpse the streamer and Corpse husband. I don't really know who Corpse husband is, but Corpse the streamer is a woman. So I don't really know what to say about that one. I really love Corpse streams. I really like Corpse's streams a lot. They are some of my favorites. They are like legitimately some of my favorites. Yeah, they have their own individual ways of interacting with the viewers. Yes. Celeru just talks in just types in chat. Cella just types in chat, and Corpse uses a text scroll that's actually quite prettily implemented, and they both come across very differently. Like Cella and Corpse come across quite differently. I know there's some other mute streamers, but it's not something I don't tend to like seek out things very much in streaming. I don't tend to put a lot of work into it. I don't tend to I tend to just I put work into finding books, and to finding resources for like calligraphy and stuff like that. But for streamers, I just know enough people that I just kind of follow, or I get enough streamers just from like people telling me who to go to. Hey, Exalted Emily, we're getting bricks. Hello, Hat Lady. Hello, Hot Lady. What were you up to, Exalted Emily? Exalted Emily. How was Bloodlines 2? How was Bloodlines 2? I have still not played Bloodlines 2, and I have no idea when I'll get around to it. Absolutely no idea when I would even start it. I did enjoy Bloodlines 1, although I think Noah Caldwell-Gervais' criticisms of Bloodlines 1 are really useful. I thought they were actually really, really valuable criticisms. But yes, you finished Bloodlines 2. Okay. I assume that the ending of Bloodlines 2 is better than the ending of Bloodlines 1. You have strong opinions, but it was fun regardless. I mean, you're allowed to say strong opinions. I am not a like I've not played it, and I don't have a lot of vested interest in defending Bloodlines 2. So, if you got some strong negatives that you want to lay out, I'm happy to hear them. Yeah, let's go for it. My only, I do think that the people who made Bloodlines 2 were faced with a really uphill battle in trying to make it. Hold on, how far are we out from ads? We might be like about to hit ads. We're about to hit ads. I'm actually going to snooze so that Exalted Emily can get in her opinion. And yeah, like I what I was saying with Leshy, yeah, the mute streamers are really working. Oh yeah, no, the development was incredibly troubled. Even if the development had not been troubled, though, I think it always would have been an uphill battle, because the the actual game of Bloodlines 1 has a historical memory that doesn't actually really match up that well with the experience of it. And Bloodlines 1 is really centered in its time. It's not a timeless game, right? Bloodlines 1 is an extremely 90s game. And it always had niche appeal. It was always a niche game, but it had the kind of reputation that implied that it wasn't a niche game. Yeah, how we say it's of the era. It's extremely of its era. And not always in good ways, right? Like, not always in good ways. Bloodlines 1 is has some really horrible moments of both game balance and writing. Yeah, it was a culture and era capsule, right? Grey Nothing, exactly. Also, hello, Grey Nothing. But that means that creating a sequel to it is going to be a real pain in the ass, is actually really my big point. The future of the social sciences. So let's take, those are two different questions, right? The future of the social sciences, incredibly broad. I don't know. I am worried, if I am honest, Louis Gallo. I am worried about the future of the social sciences because not just the social sciences, but the entirety of, well, I'm an American, okay? Yes, Potato Cat, we just got a raider who is playing Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I am very worried because in the US specifically, which is the leader of the social sciences, right? It's the leader, the academic system is in complete freefall. I would even say, I would say it is being slaughtered. American academia is in the process of actively being slaughtered right now. Of the biologists that I know, I think it's 8 out of 10. I'm always trying to remember who was a biologist and who wasn't. Their job they had biology jobs in January of this year, and now they are Uber drivers. The number one language institute in the world shuttered all of its languages this year. Like, the number one, the best one. The best language institute in the world just closed the languages. Like, Harvard, our most famous and most insulated school, reduced enrollment across the board by 75% for the next year. And it's suspected that they might reduce it to 0 the year after that. So I'm just worried about academia, and that's not like social science specific. That's like, it was like 75+% reductions in biology, in history. I think it was 100%. I think it was 100% for archaeology. I think they just shot it. And so I'm just worried. I'm just worried entirely. But do I think that sociologists need to specialize in STEM? No, I think that's kind of intrinsically incoherent. Yeah, no, I mean, sociology is affected by all this, right? Like, sociology is not immune. No discipline is immune. No discipline is immune. The people who are the best off, I think, are actually the philosophers. Which is just because they're starting from such a low start point. The classicists are just dead, I think. It's just like dead. But I don't think that sociologists need to specialize in STEM because I don't think that will save you. It's running from one flammable material to another flammable material. Yeah, that's correct. Grey Nothing. Okay, Exalted Emily, I agree 100% on one. It's of its time. Great with vlog. Yeah, there's a lot of rose-tinted glasses. And I think, to be honest, if it's just hard to do a revival of a niche product, right? When you're doing revivals, revivals and remakes, the assumption is that you're going to make like a gangbusters AAA super game. And that was never going to be the fate. That was never an appropriate match for anything White Wolf related whatsoever. Nothing White Wolf related deserves the AAA treatment. None of it. None of it. None of it does. None of it does. You know, it just doesn't. It just doesn't. We are getting hit by ads. For any of the new folks, when we are on ads, I put it on the BRB screen so that people don't miss anything, and so that I can get up and stretch and use the bathroom, because I am an old man, and if I don't do that, I will die. Might have potential as there's increased focus on. Well, here's the problem though, Sheik, is that they've been getting cut even harder than other humanities departments, and a lot of that has to do with internal politics to academic departments, rather than like the cuts are often not targeted very carefully. And okay, there we go. There we go. Now we're in ads. BRB. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Yeah, Shark, right? I don't know. It's been a constant fight for survival since Library of Alexandria. Yeah, Leslie, that was actually a good, that was a really good. Did you watch that article, that Esoterica video about the Library of Alexandria? Because I just watched that. I've been watching, I've been having Esoterica on the background while I've been playing Deep Rock Galactic, when I'm off stream. That's been like my off stream activity. But yeah, like the Library of Alexandria, right? Like it's, you know, it was a project of Ptolemaic dominance, and when the Ptolemies had a lot of utility for that, it was well funded, and then as the utility of having this mass translation project of Egyptian knowledge into Greek became less propagandistically useful, the it fell apart, right? It fell apart, and then eventually burned down. And it is worth saying, like, so here's one of the things that's good, Shark Ray, from our perspective, is that we have lost Akkadian before, right? We have lost Akkadian before. We have lost Akkadian, we have lost Hittite, we have lost Sumerian, we have lost Tocharian before, etc. We have lost languages before, and we were able to successfully reconstruct them. So it's not like that hasn't happened, right? It's not like that hasn't happened. However, we have also permanently lost some things. We have permanently lost some things. And there is a question about how much vandalism will happen to these things. Like, for something like Akkadian or Sumerian, we are quite fortunate in that the real source base for understanding them is on tablets. And tablets are quite durable, right? Like, a pretty large percentage of all of our cuneiform is from the Library of Nineveh, which was burned down, right? It was physically burned down, and we were still able to recover an enormous amount of clay tablets from it because, well, they're clay tablets, right? They're quite durable. And you can still destroy a clay tablet, right? You can break it in half, and it's easy to imagine a bunch of jackasses taking just a pile of clay tablets of bullae and stellae and just mashing them. Libraries have a habit of burning down. Librarians have a habit of facilitating. Yes. We are faced with a profound degree of concern over data vandalism. Right, that was one of the things that happened earlier this year. Right, was that the U.S. government, under the advisement of Doge, transferred permanent government records off of magnetic tape onto third-party cloud servers, which is intensely more vulnerable, right? That's intensely more vulnerable. Hello, Mr. No Talk. Which is an intensely more vulnerable and fragile and ultimately more expensive form of data storage. So we might lose a lot of really important data about how our government functions internally. Like, we may lose this data permanently, and that's quite worrisome, right? I don't really have like a nice way to talk about that. It's just scary. That's just a fundamentally scary thing. And I don't know, that's worrisome, right? That's just worrisome. I don't really have like a positive thing to say there. Other than the fact that, like, we have clawed back knowledge in the past. The institutions that we rely on today that are incredibly beautiful and amazing and that we should fight to preserve were non-existent 150 years ago, right? Like, all of the academic disciplines, all of them, outside of the liberal arts, any of the academic disciplines that was not like that was not part of the original liberal arts, did not exist 150 years ago. There was no archaeology. There was no gender and women's studies. There was no high energy physics, right? These things did not exist. Thermodynamics, right? Thermodynamics, the most fundamental laws of the universe that we have access to. We didn't have them, right, until like 150 years ago. A lot of archivists are working hard to digitize. Yes. That's a. I am not going to say this because this video is probably going to wind up on YouTube at some point. I will not say the specific names because I don't want to run afoul of them. But there are projects that you can contribute to that are fighting very hard to stem the vandalization. The vandalization of our human heritage, right? Of this beautiful legacy we have of art and literature and knowledge. And if you are willing to look up a certain final letter of the alphabet's library, a certain archive that begins with an A and ends with an A, you can help participate in the preservation of, Wikipedia and the Internet Archive. Yes, there are. Good Lord, yeah. If the Internet Archive goes down, it's a real doubt as to why we even bother with having an internet anymore at all. You wonder what careers. I mean, librarian would be an obvious one, except that library careers are kind of challenging. There's all sorts of preservation fields, right? There's all sorts of preservation fields, depending on what you find appealing. Chemistry is an extraordinarily useful skill. I say that. Admittedly, I do tend to be a little bit promotional of my long abandoned, long failed pre-sociology career. Chemistry is a very valuable one. Chemistry is very valuable. Data science is highly valuable for this one. It's hard to say any particular career. Yeah. It's actually, I always like to point out, Leshy the Dwarf, that I have had multiple careers that were supposed to be lifetime long careers that did not turn out to be. Someone finds a bunker full of multiple terabyte hard drives. Well, the kind of hard drives that we have don't have the best ability to sustain in the long run. I have been pretty impressed with them, but they do decay. You flunked out of college and your doctor friends have the same job, unemployed. Yep. I have found in my life that I was talking about this last night on stream, that like I think a lot of a person's predilections and theories about how they approach the world are determined by what they feel like they have been rewarded for. And I feel like what I have been rewarded for is patience and opportunity. Right, like I think most people would agree that one of the most important skills for me right now, being very selfish here for a second, one of the most important skills for me in 2025 is calligraphy. Calligraphy is not a skill I actually ever worked particularly hard on. I've put a lot of time and study into calligraphy, but I don't feel like I ever really worked very hard at it. It's just a thing that I've kind of plugged away off and on for 15, 20 years, something like that. It's just a neat little thing that I do in the background, right? It's just something I've got decades of experience of playing around with. And other things I put a lot more work into, right? I put a lot more work into a lot of other projects that I've done in my life. And it was just like fine. Like, I don't know. It's hold on a second. Okay, let's put you down there, and so this is going to be lights. Also, it needs copper cable as well. It needs copper cable as well. It's actually more important to be over here. Oh. I suppose that's it's a matter of philosophy, right? That's a philosophical question. You know, of whence luck, right? I can't figure out any way to make this look good. Whence luck? Let's try to save space. Let's prioritize saving space here, rather than saving trees. Sorry, just and put down another wood box. And but yeah, like, what were you rewarded for in life? I find that my place where I have been rewarded is almost entirely patience, right? Like patience is all that's really mattered. Being patient, it's factoring out impressing shareholders with the aesthetics. That's fair enough. Fair enough. So long as you're suffering slightly the moment. I can understand that. I can understand that. Like I said, for me, it's all been about, you know, staying alive, right? As long as I can keep myself safe and sane, I can recover from anything. That's the important part, is I have to keep myself alive, right? Keep myself alive, and other than that, it's mostly a matter of just making sure that I'm doing things that don't make me feel horrible about myself. Those are the really canon important quantities. You know, act with dignity and honor, and that's it, right? Just that's it. I can try to make it sound crazier and more interesting than that, but that's really all I've got. Let's get... okay. I know really good Factorio players will just already have this all hotkeyed in advance, but I'm bad. Hate attributing things to... I understand. I understand. I do tend to be pretty comfortable attributing things to things outside of my control, but I don't know. Maybe that makes me a loser. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's just loser brain, right? Okay, let's... oh, interesting. Oh, not enough iron coming down. Okay. Not enough iron coming down the pipe. As ever, the problem is not enough iron coming down. Oh wait, it's always not enough iron. I might want to make a... oh, mines require the same thing. I'm expanding them all some more. Anemia? Anemia? I'm continuing to expand them all against my better judgment. This is a bad mall, but... but here we are. left, and chips, and... Okay, and you need to make miners, and another wood. And restrict it. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. That's fair. Like I said, I myself tend to focus on dumb luck, as, centrally motivating. Yeah, things just kind of happen, and that's cool. My job is to just, like I said, make sure I don't hate myself, right? And, you know, varying levels of success. Varying levels of success on that one. Not everything you get done is something you feel, oh yeah, for the job search, I feel like I know a lot more about employment than most people, and there's no alternative. There's just no alternative. There's simply no alternative. Okay, so how many miners do I have here? Okay, Shake, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well, my dude. So that's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. Those are gonna run out of production pretty soon. I feel like I'm really risking my factory right now. There we go. Hello, Hubter. Thank you. Yes, sometimes you put in the work and you get what you want. You know, sometimes you just put in the work and you get what you want, and in that case, what we got is new mayor, right? Oh, hold up. Let's, let's do it this way, and... Yep, something like this. Left, copper, left, copper, and... Oh, what was that, Humder? What was that? What was that? What was that? Oh no! How accidentally are we talking about here? Oh no. Oh no, that's... Ooh boy, buddy. Oh, I can see it. Okay, I got you. That was a really quick one for me to figure out. that was a really fast one for me to figure out what the punchline was. That's ridiculous, Oomter. Slavic paganism for beginners. Oh. Let me take a look down here. The real question is... Okay, nothing I'm doing is getting to the point where it's worth trying to double stack. There's no point in the production process where I'm being limited by... by inserter capabilities. Okay. Like 2 years completely untouched, and I randomly opened one of the push. And now I'm super excited to dive into the absolute domain. Okay, yeah. I can only imagine, right? I can only imagine. Stone walls. Okay, now we're getting into the point where I am going to stress myself out really badly about getting some defenses down, right? Like, definitely need you over here. Like, you really don't want the power system to not have some defense. Let's just take everything. There we go. That should be good. Okay. This is also going to be a pretty high value region, and this is going to be a very high pollution region. Not necessarily value, but certainly pollution. Certainly pollution. There we go. Oh, that was inventory filter. Okay. Inventory filtering is weird. Inventory filtering is weird. That feels new. That feels new. Okay, let's get some lights down because I am a wee bit little blind, you know? Your streamer can't see shit, folks. Streamer be a little bit bad with the vision, a little shitty at seeing things. Okay, so now we're back on track with doing science. Let's do some math here. So, oh right, yeah, this is something we need to start building up. What are you missing? Iron plates. Let's just swap these around. And there we go. Okay. Wow, okay, so this thing's going to be very rate limited by the fact that it's just a single slow inserter. Boot up EU5 and continue trying to figure it out. I am really trying to hold off on just buying EU5 because every single thing that people have said about it has made it sound appealing to me. Including the detractors, right? The detractors are declaring it to be Victoria 4, and it's like, oh, hell yes. Hell yes. Hell yes. You are singing the music of my people. You know, accusing it of being more Victoria-like. but also, literally every single time I have bought a game that is new, I have regretted it. So... okay, I think I'm going to put down 2 radars. Take a look at my electricity, because those things eat electricity like crazy. Okay, yep. Those 2 radars are taking up as much as our entire mining and more than anything else in our factory by themselves. I'll pick up one of them. I will pick up one of them. And we'll just let that roll for a minute, but we are pretty close to limit on electricity. We do need more iron. We do need more iron production. And we're going to want to split off some of that iron production to start producing steel. We don't need a lot of steel at this point in the game, but you just need steel. Like, at some point, you just need steel. Okay, it is pretty funny that it looks like we might actually have some wood problems. Might actually have some wood problems. Say it ain't so. You're so true for that, bestie. I do feel a little bit confused as to why I haven't been completely murdered by wildlife yet. Like, I really extremely should have been killed. Like, I deserve to be under attack. How do I make copper wire? How do I view pollution map mode? Logistics, electric, turret coverage, pollution. Yeah, I should be getting an attack pretty soon. Pretty soon. Yep, there's pollution down there, down at those biter nests. So perhaps it's a sign that I should make sure that I've got a turret down in the south. And let's Interesting. You can set target, you can set prior character. Oh my god. I think that just kills me, right? Interesting. There's a lot more enemies than I remember. But yeah, it's time. Time for me to start working on walls. Time for me to start working on walls. So let's get rid of these things. I don't need these in my inventory. 5.5 seconds. And what's green science? 8.7? 5.5 to 8.7. What the hell is that ratio? 5.5 to 8.7. That's a stupid ratio. So an ideal ratio is going to be 11 reds to 17 greens. That's stupid. Let's just treat that as 2 to 1, I guess. I don't like that at all. I think that's asinine. Where are we doing on? Really close on power. Really close on power. And burner inserter. I really do prefer to use burners for this part of the process. I think I said that before, but it's just a lot less stressful. There we go. There we go. We should be fine on power now. We should be good on power for now. All right, yep. You can put you down as well. Okay. Yeah, those radars use up a ton. 2 radars uses up as much power as like 14 assemblers. That's pretty impressive. Alright, steel processing. Steel axe requires craft 50 steel plates. Well, whatever, let's just start researching greens. Well, actually, I'm not going to be able to do anything with the greens for a minute, so... And queue research. Let's remove that from the queue. But yeah, projectile damage. We'll do projectile damage for the moment. Okay, we're starting to get bottlenecks there. And... more of these. Alright, gotta finish those. There we go. There we go. But yeah, next up is starting on stone mining. Next up is the stone mine. I don't really think I need a lot of stone, which I don't think should really surprise people. Right, like, if anything, I should be thinking about expanding my copper mining a little bit. You know what? Actually, this was a terrible idea. Oh, also bad mining location. Also bad mining location. I'm actually kind of glad that I did that, because that was a bad mining location. Yep, I had 48 copper in there. Okay. Yeah, I am a ways off from concrete. We're gonna start making brick now. We're getting bricky here. But we don't need a ton of it, so I don't mind going on over here and just kind of squeezing in a little bit of production, right? I don't mind just kind of squeezing in a little bit of this stuff. And let's just do two. Two of these, and oh yeah, gotta do this. Okay, and mostly I care about using it to make walls, so oh. Let's get in there. That'll do. That will do, and then select this. Assembler. This is so messy. This is so freaking messy. Okay, whatever. And wall, and just get started on it. Just get started on it. Walls build so freaking fast. Walls build so freaking fast. Okay. And I'll just let them go. I don't care. It's using up coal. It's polluting. I don't really care that much. Entity transfers. Alright, now it's time to think harder about... Oh, I don't want to think about steel. Oh, wait, hold on. Trigger an alien attack by pollution. Which direction are they coming from? Okay, are you coming from the north or the south? Genuinely can't tell. Genuinely lost on this one, man. Oh, they're dead. Okay, never mind. That's why I couldn't tell. Lol. And standing on top of them, I didn't even notice. Okay. Okay, I'm just not very bright is the answer there. I'm just not very intelligent, is what's going on. Hello. No, well, okay. This is my first time since the new patch. I've played this game quite a lot, like lifetime, but I haven't played since with space exploration. So this is my first time with space exploration, but I've launched like half a dozen rockets. I started in beta, right? I started in beta, but I pretty much booted up like once every couple of years, and as a rule, I have a good day. Oh, you're going to bed, Hoomter. Jesus Christ. As a rule, I either launch one rocket and call it good, or I get to blue science and I get really frustrated at trying to balance things, and then I cash out. Then. Right now I'm a little, he's got home from work. Oh my goodness, my dude, have good night. Have a good night all. Sleep well. At the moment I'm a little bit lost on what I'm trying to do. I feel a little, adrift. I know I need to be doing steel processing, but I kind of just don't want to think about steel right now. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, blue is rough. Blue is rough, if you ask me. You know, I don't like dealing with blue. Not you, Beautiful Angel. No, you're fine. Trying to figure out where I'm at. Okay, have hit the point where iron needs to be saturated. Have hit under saturation on iron. Which is an easy enough fix, right? Yeah, that should increase iron throughput. Cute little trick. Where do I do steel? Where do I do steel? Hello, Loren. Hello, Loren1350. I had no idea. I just took the default record jukebox. I literally just did the default. If this is a harder run, LOL. I usually like to do Railworld. Because I like working with trains. That's really it. I just like working with trains, so I tend to do Railworld. But I didn't see an option for that, so it looks like they changed the start condition options by quite a bit. So here we are. So here we are. How you doing, Ogre Daddy? How are you doing, Ogre Daddy? Oh, okay. Okay. I was just thinking, I was like, does it really matter that I like having that I've got fewer trees? Is that like really that big of a deal? You know what? Fuck it. Okay, yep, I was correct to place turrets there. Oh. Caillou Kuma! Caillou Kuma! How are you doing, Kuma? How are you doing, my very good fella? Let's get in that shout out. Let's get in that shout out. Shout out at Caillou Kuma. How are you doing, Kuma? How are you doing? Hades 2. How was Hades 2? How was Hades 2? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. Yes, I am old. I love old things. I mostly do calligraphy. That is my main thing. I do calligraphy. I have the pretty handwriting. I do calligraphy and I paint miniatures and I talk about ancient Rome. And that is a lot of my time on here. I got cajoled into starting up a run of Factorio tonight. I don't entirely know how we wound up here. I guess we did. But we're factorizing. I am currently a little bit stuck. Let me say hello to everybody. Dragonstar and Cloudy1 Punk and Lord Mop and Timmy Boy 90 and of course Kayokuma and Sea Piper Dude and Blazing Breaker. Yes, I forgot. I played Hades 1. I played Hades 1 quite a bit. Actually, Kayokuma, this is pretty funny. This is pretty funny. I literally learned today that I had been playing Hades 1 really wrong. I had been playing Hades 1 like really wrong. So I thought that the final ending, I thought that when people talked about beating the game, so people would be like, "Oh, hey, did you finish Hades? Did you finish Hades?" And I thought that the finishing of Hades was like the true ending you got to by beating the game at Heat 64. I thought that was the victory condition, was Heat 64. And so I stalled out at like Heat 24 and I just like couldn't get past Heat 24. It was like Heat 24. I think it was Heat 24 was the highest I ever. I don't think I beat Heat 24. I think I beat Heat 23. But I thought that when people said you beat the game, they meant Heat 64. And so I only learned earlier today that only like 2 people on the planet have beaten Heat 64. Only 2 people have done it, so apparently it's really hard. I thought like everybody had done it. Like, I thought when people were talking about like having beaten the game, I was like, I thought that's what they meant. And here I was like at Heat 24, I was like, wow, I'm horrible at this. Like, I must be awful at this game. Like, well, I've actually never seen the credits roll because I just haven't seen the credits roll. And I thought that's how you got it, was by beating the game at Heat 64. So, so yeah, I've played Hades 1 quite wrong. Just put it on story mode. I mean, again, I got it to Heat 24. I just don't. It's been a long time, right? I haven't played it since like pretty soon on release. I have heard people describe Hades 2 as... I've seen some people play Hades 2, right? Like a little bit. And Hades 2, I did notice the camera angle is a lot wider. And I remember somebody describing it as a more thoughtfully paced combat system. Like, it's a less frantic combat system. It's a more, like, you have to take some time and be thoughtful about... by the way, we've got 8 minutes till ads, so we're fine. Unless I decide to run them early. But we got 8 minutes on the clock. So the... I was under the impression, right, that it was... yeah, the 2 is more about, like, tricks and traps and like thoughtful positioning as opposed to like getting in close and button mashing. That's what I've heard. That is what I've heard. I have not played Hades 2. I have not played Hades 2 at all. But if so, that's good. For me personally. The way that I liked the simplest... Oh, Recorded jukebox. Thank you for the follow. I think the simplest way to describe my play styles, and maybe this is just on my mind because Ronan's been playing the game so much, is that in the Witcher series, I am signs all the way. All 3 Witcher games I did signs as my main skill. All signs all the way. Sword skills require too much reaction time, and winning the Witcher on an alchemy build is the dumbest thing on the planet. I don't. Not into the. No, it's not. That's the thing that's not. The alchemy build is not fun. The alchemy build is funny. It's not fun, it's funny. Swords build is fun. Swords build's fun. It's just too fast for me. I just can't keep up with Swords build. I can't keep up with Swords build. I can keep up with Signs build. But no alchemy build. No alchemy build, man. Don't alchemy build. Maybe alchemy build is more fun in 2, but in Witcher 3, alchemy build is really asinine. I was magic all the way, and so that appeals to me about Hades 2. But I will get to Hades 2 when I get to Hades 2. I am perpetually behind on games. I was very rude. I gave the quick shout out to Kayokuma, but Kayokuma is somebody I actually know, so I can say more about Kayokuma than thank you for rating and please check them out. Kayokuma is he's a big old bear VTuber. He's got very good 3D tracking and a very cool big 3D tracking model. I believe you are a graphic designer by profession. Is that accurate? That you're in graphic design? Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. And he does a lot of streams where he's showcasing a lot of like VTuber sharing and critiquing and fangirling out about other VTubers. Pretty cool stuff. I like Kayokuma. I like Kayokuma. Developer motion graphics for television. Oh, okay. I misunderstood. But yeah, you the visual arts side of things. It's all opaque to me. It's all very opaque to me. Me and male VTuber are out here doing all of our illustrations in one layer, right? It's we're doing everything in one layer. I got no sensibility for any of this stuff. It's all beyond me. People make things look pretty in ways that are mysterious to me. They make things look pretty in ways that I find mysterious and confusing. But yes, obviously, raiders, if you need to raid and run, please avail yourselves of the facilities. We are about to go into ads in a few minutes. For folks who are unfamiliar with this, I am an old man, okay? I have said this several times already. I am an old man. When we hit the bathroom break, that's what it is. Okay, I did that backwards. When we hit the ad break, I go to the bathroom. I stretch out my back because I am an old man, and if I don't, it's a very unpleasant experience. I need, and I drink so much dang water. I average about a liter of water an hour while streaming. I don't drink as fast like the rest of the day, but during streams I'm drinking half a liter to a liter of water per hour. So I gotta I gotta take care of that. So everybody, stretch and hydrate and get yourself a little snack. But yes, please do not die of deep vein thrombosis. That's a very embarrassing way to go. To go by the gamer's choice. Do not let yourself be claimed by the gamer's choice. We are going to be back in a few minutes. I will put us on the fan art page. So if you are subscribed, or you have really strong ad blockers, or you are living in the Russian Federation, you will just see a bunch of fan art of me and listen to some cool beats. If you get hit by ads, you get hit by ads. Performing a water change. That's understandable, Lauren. That's understandable. It is kind of what it is, right? It is kind of what it is. It's you could also, if you are a fitness person, you could also think of it as kidney workouts, right? It is kidney workouts. But all right, we'll be back. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. I don't know why I'm pretending to be Scottish. Apologies, Bimpton. Oh, we're getting attacked from this side pretty soon. Nyanomancer! The Mansunyans! Oh, we gotta deal with that. Oh, that's bad. That's actually bad. Yeah. The Nansumans. Nyano Mansurino. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, buddy? I saw that you had a lovely time with Symphony of the Night, which I'm kind of surprised is just bundled into retro, considering that that's like more identifiable as a game than playing like Deadlock or something like that. What? Vera! Hold on. Formal shout out for Vera. Formal shout out for Vera. Formal shout out for Vera. Vera, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, buddy? You know what? Fuck it. Well, Vera just debuted today. Vera debuted today. Hold on, Vera. Do you wanna come on and do it? Do you wanna come on and do a quick interview? You got pins and needles on your legs. Yeah. Come on. We're going over to an impromptu interview. We're going on to an impromptu interview. Yeah. Hop on. Let me. You know what? Screw it. Playtime is over. Give me. I'm going to change some things around here. Nope. Vera, this is more important and more fun. Hello, Nyano. You're stealing her spot. How you doing, Nyano?
I leave. Bye-bye.
No, stay for a minute. You dick.
Hey there, hi.
Hello. We're going over to the interview side.
Ooh, oh my gosh.
Yeah. What's going on with Fugies? You don't have Fugi. You're defugied.
Let me add new Fugi. I gotta do my new technology. Hold on.
You've got a whole like new aesthetic. You've got like a whole new aesthetic here.
Yeah, I have I know what I can use. Hang on. I have some cute stuff that can work.
Okay, I'm also changing the colors to be a little bit more matchy on you, a little bit matchier to the Vera Simila. But yes. Once you get that done, we'll introduce you. They don't call me the slut of someplace starting do nothing. And I'm gonna change the category because this is because whatever. It's just Factorio. I'm gonna use a category I've never used.
All right, I have a active model in Fugi now. Hello, does this work?
It is not appeared yet, but maybe I just need to reload Fugi. Yeah, what a surprise at completely changing what I'm doing during a stream. That's interesting. Reactive.fuga.tech, and maybe I put you behind something. Maybe I fucked up and put you behind something.
Fugi is complicated.
Okay, this lack of a person here. And are you tired of talking about yourself? It's actually kind of an important person.
Oh, never. Come on.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I want to drag you on here, but I'm like turning this into a fuss because it's funny to me to just like take a hard pivot in the middle of my own stream and just be like, fuck it, we're doing it.
Well, excuse me for interrupting, but hi, hello.
No, don't worry about it at all. Don't worry about it at all. I was a little bit lost on what I was doing. This is Vera Simila, and I am trying to figure out why I do not see her. Vera is a dear friend, and very importantly and very crucially, she debuted a new, incredibly cool model. Today. It was a very cool. Very, very cool moments in it's loading. But yes, you were up for like 6 hours. And the first thought, like you said, your calves are on fire is the first thing that you said. Your calves are on fire. Do you mind telling the people why that is?
Well, I have a full body 3D model with a mocap suit. So for the entirety of my 7.5 hour stream, I was kind of bouncing around, being animated, getting excited, and
yeah. It was really, really good tracking. I was like stunned. I was like, this is some shit. This is incredible. I think the Fugi is broken on my end.
oh no.
Yes. No, I think it's just I think it's just me having trouble connecting to reactive.fugi.tech. It was super cool. I was like, I couldn't like be in there for all of it because like you went over like my own dinner time and like I was getting work done.
Sorry, I wanted to run long.
No. Why would you apologize? Why would you apologize for the fact that like I have a schedule, right?
I know that like some debut streams are meant to be like short and sweet, just there for a couple of hours, and you think also if you want to like put an image up here, I can just send you an image. Here's a good image.
I'm going crazy. I think this is not connecting.
Here is an image for like the full Vera Simila experience. This is all you need is this image.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a cute one. Let me put that in my downloads, I guess. And
browser source.
So this is the kind of when streamers spend like meet half an hour before stream. This is like a pretty large percentage of what we do. If people haven't been if you haven't done a streamer collab, this is like what we worry about. This is what we worry about. We meet half an hour beforehand for this reason. But yes, so you were bouncing around. You were bouncing around. You were on it making puns. I will be honest, man. I have known you for a while. That was the most energy I've seen out of you. Like you were really feeding off of the energy of being on of the debut. Like you were like on your S game. You were not on your A game. You were on your S game.
I had been excited for this for 2 years, so I was pretty stoked. And I got over 5 hours of sleep, so my true power was unlocked.
I was wondering about that. I was wondering about it because like me and Vera have hung out like a pretty decent amount under some extremely exhausted circumstances.
Yes. Yes.
And this is a lady who has a lot of thoughts and a lot of energy, a lot of power. She's a very powerful woman, and so like I don't think I've ever seen you like that. I don't think I've ever seen you on like that level of just like on it, and like watching you were, it was the puns in particular that was like really like staggering to me. That was like the really staggering part. I mean, if you want to talk a little bit about the 3D stuff, because Kayakuma is also full 3D. Is also full 3D.
Oh yeah. So the heart of my setup is expensive. I have a Rococo mocap suit in the full Rococo suite. I use this both for VTubing and for my mocap for Open Fortress, a game I helped develop.
Mm-hmm.
So I have full body 3D. It's why I have toe tracking. It's why I have like the ability to spin around and stuff. It is wireless. It is pretty effective.
How, is it? This is I'm me being the really practical person. Is it comfortable?
It's okay. It's a bodysuit. It's like my mocap gimp suit. There's worse out there. It's got
There's worse out there. Okay. I was wondering about the ventilation, right? Like you. Again, she's hung out with me in person. Kayakuma has hung out with me in person. Nyano's hung out with me in person. I'm a fat, hairy white guy. I get overheated really easily. Like, so that's like my first thought.
If you had body hair, it would be insane.
Okay. Yeah.
Like when I take the thing off, I have like strips of pressure. I still have pressure marks on my fucking arms from the straps and things. Like,
okay.
Because it has to fit tight, so it like tracks accurately. You can't like rotate or your arm twist all the way around, right? So there's straps like on my forearms, my biceps, my thighs, my calves, my feet, my hips, everything.
You said it had toe tracking.
It has sort of simulated toe tracking. It can tell when the angle of the foot goes up, and then from there, using that one tracker, it implies, it infers this, and it's really cool.
That is super cool. That is super cool. You have I was watching what you were doing, and I was like thinking hard, like, about what you were doing. I was like thinking about it. I was like, Kayukuma, you really should watch what she was doing, because she was showing off some very cool features of her model. A feature that might be applicable, because I don't think it's dependent on the suit, was the ability to change the what's the phrasing here? The albedo is what I would say, because I'm a nerd. The reflectivity.
Ah, yes. So
Yeah.
that is a specific tool in Engine that is based on properties of the model that are set in Unity. To be precise and exact, what that is it is a function of the matte cap additive intensity.
Let me back up for the viewers here, because they aren't seeing it right now, so they might not know what we're talking about. She has, I think, is it just a slider, or is it like a value that you enter? But she can adjust the reflectivity of her 3D model, like dynamically.
Yeah, because I have some pieces of latex and things. I have some reflective parts of my body and so on, and all of that makes cool stuff happen.
We got a raid. Hello, Minabun. Hello, Minabun. Sorry, Vera, because I dragged Vera in here, and now I'm having to respond to raiders. Minabun. Hello. You were studying Faith. I hope that you're having a lovely time with Faith. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I'm going to give the very truncated version of this, because I'm interviewing a good friend of mine right now.
No, take your time, of course. Hi, raiders. Hi.
No.
I mean, lasagna.
You're eating. Okay, I'll give you the time to eat lasagna then. Here's your chance to eat some lasagna. For the raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, not history, sociology. I do mostly calligraphy streams. I do chatty, calm calligraphy streams. I do a lot of miniatures painting. I am extremely ancient Rome pilled, and it turns out that I underestimated how cheap ancient Roman miniatures are, so I have over 100 ancient Roman miniatures. I did not plan on buying that many, but
what?
I have them. Yeah. So I think it's a very funny story. I was running low on 40k models to paint, so I put up a bunch of different types of models on my throne, and I just grabbed ones that were like $30 boxes. I just put up a bunch of $30 boxes of like dudes, like not like big models, just like different types of dudes, and put them up on my throne. And I did put up a Falcon Grav Tank, because I do love the Falcon Grav Tank on my throne. And I was like, these are all like $30, $40, $50. The Grav Tank's like 60. And I'll just let my audience choose what they want me to paint as the next one. And
That's cool.
And I just based on the price point. So one person bought me a box of Conquest Old Dominion, which is 12 figures of Old Dominion for $30, which is a little bit cheaper than 40k. Relatively speaking, like 12 Space Marines is going to be more than $30, I think, right? Like, I don't remember. Games Workshop is generally more pricey for the miniatures novices here. But I did include a box of historical Roman Roman late Republican legionnaires from Atlantic War Games, I think, and $30 of historical miniatures is 100 models. It's so many. They're so cheap. There's so many. I've done like 13 of them. It's going to take me so long to get through them. So I took all the other models off of the throne, because it's like I need to get through more of this backlog. I'll put this back up when I'm down to like under 20 models. I'll re-up on this, but like
A whole legion. Wow.
yeah, it's a century. You know, a century is supposed
it's literally
to be
a century, isn't it?
literally a century. Yeah, literally a century. Yeah, literally a century of dudes. It's I'm like flabbergasted by this, and they don't actually have a lot of poses, so it's like a lot of the same type of guy over and over again. But it's I like that as a model. It's just that the next time I do it, I will be a little bit more thoughtful about the ones I put up on throne, as opposed to just like looking at ones that were like in the same price point. You know how like when you're at a restaurant and you're like trying to figure out how big the portions are going to be, and you're going by like the cost. I got bamboozled by that. That's what happened here. Is like I was looking at that and I got bamboozled. But yes, for the Raiders and for everybody else to catch up, Vera, my dear friend over here, she has just done an extremely cool debut. It was super cool, and she has a new full tracking 3D model. This thing has toe tracking. And you were making use of it, my dude. You were making use of it. You were so expressive. It was like I was watching and I was just like, that's my friend. Like that's her. That's her. Like the mannerisms, like particularly the specific ways that you talk with your hand, where you actually use like quite a bit of like shoulder and elbow motion into your hand talking. You're not like, I do quite a bit of hand talking, right? Like you've seen it.
Yes.
And my shoulders tend to remain fairly steady, and I tend to like come with my elbows like a little bit close into my chest, right? Because again, I'm used to being in like crowded spaces, right? And you don't really see, like you also sometimes see me like if I like pull my shoulders back, there's a lot of like in the chest motion, but you have like a lot of fluidity in your hand talking from like your shoulder, and you tend to raise your elbow quite a bit. There's a lot of like elbow, shoulder, all kind of like elbow coplanar with both of your shoulders types of motions that you do, and it was like so cool to see that all like you had full 3D tracking before, but it was so much smoother and cooler this time. It was so good.
Yeah, the new model takes the tracking way better. My facial tracking is a lot better.
The facial tracking is really good. The facial tracking is really good. I am jealous. I am envious. I am envious. I have been working on trying to improve my own facial tracking. Yours is phenomenal. It's like, oh, that's her. That's her. That's my friend. That's Vera. That's Vera. So yeah. One of the features that really struck me was the matte to shiny sliding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the ability to go into like negative reflectivity.
Yes, where everything is like opposite. It's funky. It's very dark, like iridescent almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was very. Hello, Etch Sketch.
Hi.
Yeah, I didn't say hello to some of the other folks who came in. Hello, Puppet Carver and Baphomer Necrovalis and Lucid Bonsai. It's really funny that like there's a part of me that's like, hey Vera, do you want to like show off the model here? And it's like, yeah. Do you want to put back on your tracking suit that you were just complaining about?
I'm sorry, Al. I don't have it in me right now.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
I'm sorry. I will sometimes do it if you like, but I am beat, dude.
No, you shouldn't.
I ski, and when I ski, I feel it in my legs. This was like actual pins and needles up to my knees.
You said that.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Well, yeah, because you're under pressure. You like physical pressure, not just like emotional pressure. Because like
it's more about like the sort of movement I wanted to do and the way I wanted to show off the capabilities of the model, and also just the general energy level. I didn't realize how wiped out I was until after I called it, and I was like,
oh no, I could feel radiating off of you over the internet. I could tell that like you were overextending yourself. You were not keeping up on like the eating during those hours.
I do a lot of streams that run 6 to 8 hours, and my thesis was that I wanted my debut to run through the entirety of the time slot I am ever willing to stream. And so for about 7.5 hours, I sort of just was narcissistic and talked about myself and like went, oh wow, look at me, and that was the CPU.
Yeah. No. I mean, the good part is that you're very cool, right? It's like that's the part that makes this like pretty easy. Whereas like, you know, like I live inside ideas, right? I live inside concepts and ideas is like where
Me
I
too.
reside. And so like I need to like talk about like a history book. Like I need to like talk about it or like I will go insane.
Well, I literally am a concept now. I
Yeah,
too live
hard
in a
concept.
concept. It's me.
It's true. It's true.
Haha.
It's true. This
It's
is
the
why it's
lore. I
this
have
is why
lore
it's
now.
easy. This is why it's easy for me to talk you up. This is why it's like very
Aw,
little effort
shucks.
for me to do so. Yeah. So you so the features, those are the features that I caught. I definitely missed some things. The description of the pseudo toe tracking is really cool.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. It makes the motion more expressive. I just think it's neat. I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to achieve with 3D as haha realistic a portrayal of movement as I could, because I am an energetic and expressive person, and I thought it'd be fun to bring as much of that forward as I could.
Yeah.
I do try and accent my motions a little bit more for this, but I'm naturally like very motiony and kind of wiggle and stuff,
Well-
so it's not like a stretch, right?
No, it's not. I mean, like I said, like I've hung out with you, and I could kind of tell that, like, I mean, it's being on stage, right? It's being on stage, right? We're all a little bit more cartoony, right? In our
Pretty
VTube.
cartoony to begin with, so it's one step further.
Yeah.
If I can nerd out for a second, one of my
Please.
inspirations for the way I carry myself in my 3D tracking is kabuki, mie poses specifically. Because by holding a emotional posture for a split second, I'm able to make it recognizable, and this is helpful to me. This makes it convey my idea better, my emotional state, my moment, and I enjoy doing that. So there were a lot of holding tiptoes for a little bit, things like that, which adds up over 7 hours.
Yeah, that explains more about the calves thing in specific. I was like, because I was thinking a little bit about this. Like I've had to be conference staff. I worked at a position where like we ran conferences, and I was the person who was identified as the best at public speaking. So I was given the role of orientations for the conference.
That makes sense.
And so more than once, this meant me giving a 1 hour speech 15 times in a row.
I see.
Yeah. Definitely learn to make compromises on the dress shoes for that.
Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, I know what it is like to be on your feet and performing for many hours in a row. And so yeah, if you were doing a lot of tiptoe holds, then that will definitely wear out the calves like way harder. Way harder than just like pacing and articulating and gesticulating. There we go, gesticulating. That's the word I was looking for. I almost said ejaculating. I'm like, that's not the right word.
Oh my gosh.
But yes, it was. Yeah, so the kabuki inspiration. That's actually a really cool note. This is one of those things that I try to emphasize to VTubers and to other people like learning and thinking about this kind of art form, is to start taking more inspiration from art forms that are not just more streamers, right? Like don't try to seek out some inspirations that like other people wouldn't think of. You know, my big...
I think it's important to like bring yourself forward and your own interests, and I think you can tell from my general aesthetic that I am. I would not say I am a traditional VTuber in some ways. I'm very meta. I have a design that's sort of outside the bounds of.
It's very unique. It's very striking.
Yeah.
It's very striking. It was, legitimately, I have not seen anybody with the eye design that you have.
Yay! Iconic. Get it? Iconic. Ha ha ha.
See, she's incorrigible. She can't be stopped. She absolutely will not stop until you are dead. Like it's endless. It's absolutely endless.
So,
but it's
on this note, I have like on my list of inspirations behind like the things that I do, I have one VTuber exactly, and the reason she inspired me is because all of her YouTube shorts were puns and dad jokes, and I was like, wait, this is a medium where I can do this? Wait, I can do that. I like doing that, and now we're here.
Who was that? Who?
Girl DM.
Oh, okay.
Who was also a 3D tuber, or was it at that point?
Yeah. It's funny. The more VTubers have kind of been inspirational to me as I've gone on, but my traditional list of inspirations is Uncle Iroh and Fred Rogers and Carl Sagan. And
yeah.
And yeah, I do recommend this to people who are thinking about not even just VTubing, to be honest, like any art form, right? Like if you are, I know writing much better than I know other art forms. I've got like way
you
more
and me
experience.
both.
Yeah, the two of us, way more writers
gang.
than we are anything else. And like every time I look up like interviews or missives from writers, and not just like kind of good writers, but like really good writers, their list of inspirations is never just like other people in their own genre. It's never just like other fantasy authors or other sci-fi authors or other romance authors. It's always something weird, right? It's always, people are always bringing in weird ones. One of the ones that I remember this was not a writer, but this was a director, was Werner Herzog.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. Werner Herzog, do you know what he lists as his main like form of entertainment and like thing that he thinks about?
Comic books?
Ancient Greek poetry.
Yeah, it sounds better. It sounds more right.
Yeah, that's Werner Herzog, man. There was actually an amazing interview with Herzog where he was in the show with Baby Yoda.
Oh, right. Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in the Baby Yoda show. He was the reason why they kept the puppet. Because like they proposed, they like had the puppet as a stand-in. They're like, yeah, we're gonna use CGI later, and he was just like, you fools! Don't you understand what you have here? Don't you understand what you have created? He's right. He's completely right. Like, he's completely right. But yeah, in this interview, there's this really funny thing where like the interviewer asks him about like what he thought about Jon Favreau beforehand, and he was like, I had no idea who this guy was. And like, really? He made The Lion King? And he's like, I didn't see it. I didn't watch it. I watched the one from the 90s. That one was good. And then they asked him like, oh, so like, have you seen your performance? What did you think about it on the screen? And he was like, oh, I don't have a Netflix subscription. I only have a Criterion subscription. You should subscribe to Criterion.
That sounds right somehow, yeah.
It was an incredibly funny moment to shill for your competition on your own interview. It's extremely based. Yes, Nyanomancer.
Hi, Nyano. Hi.
So your face tracking is really good. What's I'm assuming that's not done via the mocap suit because that's really weird.
It is done through the same suite though. I have a headband that is part of the mocap for the movement of my neck and head. And then I have a cradle that positions my Epic iPhone tracking about 4 to 6 inches from my face, and then that is looped through the Rococo suite. I've used to use a different facial tracking solution, but I think this integrated system is just fine, so I use that. Okay,
so the camera is attached to your head. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And without the mocap, my head and neck does not move at all. At all. Hi, Toka. Hi.
Hello, Tokage. That's crazy. That is. Oh, is your neck sore?
No.
Huh. I can't wear anything heavier than like my glasses on my head for like any length of time. I've got a pretty lightweight headset magnifier for painting. And like even that like wears on my neck pretty fast. Even that one like
this is very well balanced. It is weighted toward the back to even out the weight of the phone. It is nice. It is nice.
Hello, Pocono. Gonna wear a hole in the carpet.
Hi, Pocono.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna throw out her hips at this rate. Gonna clone your suit in a vat. I think you can just buy it.
Yes, it was expensive, but I have I got a discount for being indie, which helped a lot.
Oh, okay.
It was a significant discount. Like we're talking like 40%.
That is a deep discount. Yeah. It's $5 billion. Yes, how much cloning costs? Cloning costs $5 billion. So you paid $3 billion. You paid $3 billion for this.
Something like that, but it's not just for me. It's also for my mocap for Open Fortress and things we do at Get Say Game. So it was sort of an effective buy in that way. It'll help a lot with the production, and it seemed good.
Okay, I'm also so. What were some of the other features that you want to talk about that I missed? Because those are the features that I really caught on to. Was like the really smooth face tracking, the really good like overall body tracking, the albedo modification. What's some other things you really want to talk about? Because I don't know, this was so cool.
Oh gosh, I mean that's sort of the breadth of it. I have a few recolorable portions. We did another form of matte cap for the hair and the tail that allows me to recolor just those sections with their emission intensity, which makes them change colors. I made RGB rainbow lights. I can map it to things. I'm tying the color of my hair and my hook to my environment, my world, and the paint swirl shaders in the background. I have procedural shaders that a very cool person in my community, Funchucks, has been making to form the background of my stream, which is I have everything running in Warudo. I use a perspective trick that I'm borrowing from Cell Animation to overlay my OBS background sources in Warudo in perspective with my camera locked to my camera with the environment of procedural shaders run in Unity behind them. And I'm going to use this to combine it with other layering tricks and layers of shading and objects moving around to create cool effects in the future. I can theoretically grab and interact with parts of my UI in Warudo because of this. That's really hard to do. It is technically possible, and I've learned the method for this. And it's borrowed from like old cell tricks, like the way Disney would structure layers of imagery to make cool moving effects, parallax movements and stuff. So it's that kind of concept with items I can reach out and grab in a virtual space. But that's not done, but it's interesting. It's interesting.
So cool. So freaking cool. So freaking cool.
And again, this is like part of the strength of drawing from traditional sources for your inspiration. Like this is a technique I gathered from like watching documentaries on traditional hand-drawn animation, right?
Making me envious, right? Like it's making you're flexing on the rest of us, making us feel like scrubs.
I will do a video on this effect when I have it done. I want to be able to like reach out and grab parts of my UI and like mess with them and stuff because I think it's really cool.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think it should be very possible. That should be very achievable. What was that?
And it's fourth wall theme. It highlights the nature of the medium. There are things like on contact nodes in Unity. I can like literally reach out and my hand meets a certain point. It'll do things. So it's fun. It's fun.
That's what powers the yellow lanterns. And Vera's extremely green, so she stole it. She stole the power of the yellow lanterns.
I am that courageous. I am that willful. I have big will. I am a passionate being.
Oh man. She's green. She's very green.
Are cats colorblind?
That's true. That's true. He is colorblind. He is colorblind. I forgot about that. I have green hair a lot of the time, yes. I change colors, though. I can do things with this. It's... Oh, my goodness. No, that was... Oh. Yeah, I pulled up your debut VOD, and I might show a couple of little moments from it. But I was just Nyano dying here of his own color blindness.
It's just the tips of the hair, and they change color also.
They do.
And the hook. Yes, though, another one of my inspirations was like manga paneling in comic books. Not Werner Herzog, but me. Part of the idea with the design of my model was I wanted simple, bold, iconic shapes with cool shape language and The intent was for it to look like a cool 2D drawing in any possible pose it could be in, which is why I move in dynamic ways, which is why I kind of played a camera a little bit, because my thesis with it was that I wanted any screen cap to be easily confused for concept art or a render.
Mhm.
That's why the shading is simple, the aesthetic is bold and like simple shapes. I want it to be easy to draw, kind of iconic in any motion pose. So it's been neat. I think I accomplished this.
Hell yeah, brother. Okay. I have pulled up. I've grabbed a clip. I'm gonna put it on the stream. Do you want me to stream it to you, or just want to watch it on the stream and have the fun of the delay? Have it.
I've heard what it's like. I made those words earlier. I was there for that.
You want the delay, so you know you want the
Yeah,
delay.
yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna put it in front of us. And let me make sure that the audio pipes through. Because who wants to miss that, right? Who wants to miss that? Where is audio? Where is application audio capture?
You talk. I remember this comment. You talk like a teacher in the best way possible.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Shucks.
All right. Oh, hold up. Wait, why is it muted? That's me. Unmute. But look at this tracking, folks. Look at this tracking. It's so good.
Is this anything? Is this dancing? I can shuffle a little bit. It's hard to like this. This was fun. This was fun. I was being encouraged to dance around a little bit, so I did. Hi. Don't fall and look funny. No, no falling.
The face is so good. The face is so freaking good. I'm so impressed. I am so impressed, my friend. Let's put that back down towards the bottom and put it away. I am so impressed with what you've pulled off here. No, you are. It's man. And how are you feeling? I should have asked that up front. How are you feeling, having completed, having survived?
I feel good. I was excited for this. I think it went really well. I didn't have everything ready perfectly, but I felt pretty good about what I was able to cobble together. I had fun. I wore a... the other thing sore than my calves is like the sides of my face from smiling for 7 hours.
I could tell. You were that was you were really you were really having a good time. I could really tell. I'm amazing work. See, now I'm like thinking about some of the stuff, because like obviously like I don't have full 3D and I am very far from doing anything like that. But I am thinking about that thing you said about the cradle for the iPhone, because I often struggle with my face wandering out of the plane, out of the view of my camera, right? I'm using a fixed mount camera, and I'm very emotional, right? I'm very emotive, and so I have to like reduce my motivity when I'm streaming in order to make it look. Well, in order for my face to not freak out, right? Particularly when I'm doing like handcam stuff and I'm like leaning very far forward.
Right. I'm the same way. I would often drop tracking when I had a desk mount from my old setup with a leap motion for hand tracking.
Mm-hmm.
I would often like get a little too excited, and then tracking's gone.
Yeah. It's like that's like a terrible moment to lose tracking, right? It's like you're losing tracking at like the moment of like excitement, right? Of like at like the good stuff. That's like the stuff that people need to be catching, and like they're not catching it. Like it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame.
Yes, and it was fun. It's neat now because I am untethered. It is a wireless system, so I can get up and run around my space and get up from my desk and zip about. And that is a thing I have the impulse to do basically at all times, unless my calves are dead like they are right now.
Yeah. You're now obligated to do like 1 million Wii Fit streams.
1 million what streams?
Wii Fit.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
If I can set up a Wii, I will do some Wii things. It'll be fun to like watch me doing waggles and stuff with a Wiimote.
Wait, well, okay. Here's a psycho option. Get one of those like serious like flight sim setups.
No, I can't. That's a whole other school of sitting still, dude.
Yeah, it's like a whole. It's also like another like $6,000.
No, I've spent enough on my setup, thanks, for a little bit at least.
Yeah, just another. I mean, there are ways to make it like to do like cheaper versions of that, but like the traditional ones like thousands of dollars, and just for like the gimmick of just like watch me sit and like do like weird things with like throttle motions and stuff like that, to like really emphasize how strange it is to do this as opposed to doing it with mouse and keyboard. I don't even think it's a genre of game you care about, right? It's like I've never heard. Yeah.
I play specifically the initial D arcade game.
Oh hell yeah. Imagine taking this setup to the arcade.
Oh my god. Sounds kind of cool. I mean, I would fuck with a light gun setup heavy. There are at-home ones that you can make.
I think that if you did it at most arcades, they'd be like kind of annoyed at you. But I think if you did it at like Mag or Offkai, people would just be like, "Oh wow, shit! Like, I should be paying attention to this."
It'd be so hard to use my system at like a public Wi-Fi thing, though. It uses a lot of bandwidth.
Yeah, I mean, Mag, it was difficult to text people, so...
Yes. Like, I live in a gym, and I have my own Wi-Fi booster here, and I use the whole thing for streaming.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Gotta invest in some thicker cables. Probably like an 8-hour flight in Coach Sim. Oh my goodness. Hold on.
I can't. I need to move. I need to run.
I'm thinking about this. Are there 3D tracking based fighting games? There's got to be, right?
That would go so hard.
I know, right? There's gotta be like a Kinect based like shadow tracking based fighting game. Like you can do that with just a IR. You can do that with a 1990 era IR sensor. You can track full body motion really reliably with high fidelity. At least in 2 dimensions. You can do really good 2-dimensional track with just an IR camera, and cameras are by default IR. So, I don't know if people know this. This is just like a little fun piece of technology. Your digital camera, your DSLR cameras, your webcams are by default IR cameras, infrared cameras. And they almost always have an infrared filter on top of them, which is really easy to make. It's really easy to make a filter that is transparent in the visible spectrum, but opaque in the IR spectrum. And so that filters out the IR so that it doesn't confuse other parts of the sensors. But you can, if you are careful enough, you can peel off the filter on almost any camera. Like you have to kind of like get in there and then take it off. And then if you look at the output, you will see it pick up the IR. You will be able to like see it'll have like good night vision, functionally speaking, is what it'll look like. Your colors will be super fucked up. The colors will be like really fucked up, but you can do that. You can do that. So like that's like physically technologically that should be pretty cheap. The question is, did anybody actually make the goddamn game? That is the question.
Yeah, it's neat tech. I've seen some really cool advancements with motion tracking from webcam and camera feed also, but for my purposes, where it helps me to be able to save motion data and like do things with it and adjust and fine tune it, it is better to use the Rococo Suite. Because for mocap for games, we record the actual motion data as a sequence of movements in each point, and then we can fine tune it.
Okay, so this is also part of game development. I actually know like nothing about this side of you. I know like so little about this. I feel like this is like, so the game you're doing motion capture. Is
I have not done any mocap for the game itself, but I am doing related mocap.
Okay.
I
Related
can't
mocap.
say too much, but there's stuff happening.
Then never mind. That would also explain why I haven't heard anything about it. Is like I'm not supposed to have heard anything about it. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, am I being a bad friend?
My understanding is that doing mocap for like actual like character animations is very different. It's about like mastering 8-way runs and stuff. It's about like getting a library together of motions that combine to make smooth transitions between different positions, and it is very meticulous. What I do is a little different than that right now.
Okay.
I may have to learn that. We're working. I can't say too much. Oh god,
Okay.
it's exciting stuff though. It's a fun
all
field.
All I'm really asking is like, are you becoming a full-on actor, full-on mocap actor? That's really all I'm asking.
Maybe I'm recording some important and useful things, but they are not the same kind of mocap you do as like a character mocap actor for a PC, a controllable character. I am doing more like film mocap, if that makes sense. I'm doing like specific animations for one-off use, which is easier in a lot of ways than like true mocap expertise, where you're doing like run cycles and stuff, where you have to be like very precise.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't. That's super cool. We will be able to buy the game with Vera animated inside of it.
Perhaps at some point. Open Fortress is free on Steam when that comes out.
When that comes out. Okay. Do you want to talk about Open Fortress? You know, give the true talk show thing where you get to shill an upcoming project. We get to talk about the previous project and shill the upcoming one.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do
Open
it.
Fortress is a super cool boomer shooter built in the TF2 engine using their SDK that was recently released. It is a product that is going to be coming out on Steam. And the goal of it is to create the best quote-unquote boomer shooter of all time. It's inspired by games like Quake, Unreal, and Halo. It features automatic bunny hopping, fun weapon pickups, power-ups.
Automatic bunny hopping is really funny. I just want to. I wonder if the young folks here have any concept of what that looks like or means. That is really funny.
For anyone who doesn't know, bunny hopping is a technique that was very possible and very popular in many old first-person shooter games, wherein by moving your mouse at a rapid angle while not holding forward, which resets your acceleration, you were able to preserve the increase in speed you got at the start of a jump. In many engines, including Source most famously, this would allow you to build up outrageous amounts of velocity, and this is used in Half-Life speedruns, if you've ever seen those, and many other games besides. It is a very technical thing to do. In Open Fortress, we have made it accessible because the goal is to make this kind of boomer shooter gameplay accessible to a new audience, maybe people who've only played TF2 or like Apex Legends, etc.
Yeah, because oh my goodness, because like Apex movements like turbo technical and super weird. I still remember that like the way that Apex works, I was able to independently figure out how to RAS strafe, which is a very weird technique. But like, yeah, there's a lot of old tech in older shooters, and one of the ones I like to tell people about because it's so horrifying is how hard it was to circle strafe in Doom. Because I don't know if people know about this. So in OG Doom, the way that you moved in the game was you would move your mouse forward to move forward, and you would move your mouse left and right to move your vision left and right. And you could also use the arrow keys for these same things. So you could use arrow up to move forward and arrow left to turn left, not strafe left. Strafing left was the less than sign, and strafing right was the greater than sign. So circle strafing involved using the arrow keys and holding shift to get the greater than and less than signs activated, and then you are doing that while trying to shoot. Huge pain in the ass. Huge pain in the ass. Very uncomfortable. Very physically uncomfortable set of motions to do. And so there's a lot of the old tech that you're doing is not difficult for good reasons. Like it's difficult, but not for good reasons. Anybody who's played Counter-Strike probably knows about the little circles. The little circles tech, where your stability from movement would get canceled out by your stability from mouse look. So if you wanted to have stable aim in Counter-Strike, you didn't hold your mouse steady, you made tiny little circles while firing. Ridiculous technique. Extremely counterintuitive. I mean, the first thing I thought of when you were saying like classic boomer shooter, I was thinking about rocket jumping.
Yes, there is rocket jumping. We have all of this stuff. It's fucking awesome. It's just a cool game.
And my boomer ass one. I want to know how much server customization is there?
We have a browser. We have a lot of tunable things. There's a lot of cool shit.
Beautiful. I
you can
love
surf,
a good server.
You can bunny hop. You can rocket jump. You can do all of the good stuff. It feels good to play. The movement's fun.
You have
sold the best boomer shooter ever, right?
Yeah, you have sold me on like understanding the vision, right? Like it's easy to lose the sense of vision. Like God, you young folks don't know how bad you have it. You don't know how bad you have it. You do not understand what has been taken from you with quick play. The server.
We have a great team. It's great to work with people who fucking love video games. Everyone's passionate. We have visionaries at the helm. It's awesome. It's been a great experience.
Hell yeah. Well,
I like to talk about how like a great work often requires auteurship. It requires real vision. Often like an obsessive weirdo is the best person to have at the head of a project. You want a perfectionist who is really interested in the fine details. And we have a lot of those.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's one of those things. It's like it's you need folks, if you're involved in any kind of project, just like any project where you really want to produce like a good piece of work and not just like get your job done and get a paycheck, you need to care about the craftsmanship. And that often means like consulting people who are like real obsessive weirdos, right? About craftsmanship.
Yes.
And like you will encounter different ones, and I appear to have become an obsessive weirdo about expository text, which is a weird one, but it's a useful one. And I'm taking a big sip of water. But you'll be shocked by it. Everything has so much depth. The world is full of so much depth. It's God. I love this about the world, right? I love this about the world. There's so much depth to everything around us and to everything that we do, and it's so cool. It's so cool. If you care, you are never bored. You can always find more.
I'm smiling now. Yay.
But you're in pain. You're in pain. I apologize.
No, this is good. This is a good vibe. I'm soothed. I'm sitting right now. I'm chilling. I shouldn't have my legs crossed, but I do.
Can I have a quick conversation with the world building department? Watch Eizouken. Everybody watch Eizouken, the ultimate anime about what it is to be a creative, about what it is to care about creating art and putting.
I need to watch that still. I'm very interested in it.
You'll really like Eizouken. You'll really like Eizouken. It is a story about three friends who are obsessed with creating an anime.
I am familiar with the premise, and I've been interested in it for some time. I will investigate this.
Good. Eizouken's one of my favorites. I mean, it's Yuasa, right? It's Yuasa. It's a Yuasa show that doesn't have any meaningful amount of gore, which is an interesting change of pace for Masaki Yuasa. But
I assume they like show gore in a fictional show at some point.
I think so. It's pretty low intensity.
Yeah.
Let me spell it out there. Let me find my keyboard. Ezoken. Teo Danase Ezoken. Keep your hands off of the Ezoken, which is the visual arts club. Ezoken rules. It is not my favorite Yuasa, but that is mostly just because Yuasa is insanely good. My favorite is Kemono Zune. Any Yuasa fans who have not seen Kemono Zune, you've got to watch it. Like people look at it and it's got very like sketchy pencil art, so they think it's kind of going to be like primitive or something like that. No, it's so good. It's so good. It's like the elevated version of Devilman Crybaby. It's incredible.
There's a lot of like really good anime manga that are sort of passed over by Western audiences because of style.
Yeah. Fools.
An example I go to a lot is Takemitsu Samurai.
Oh, I don't know this one. I've never even heard of it.
It is a extraordinary stylish manga that has a style that is sort of drawn from ukiyo-e.
Okay, perfect.
I will send you a panel right now.
Literally was watching a lecture on ukiyo-e before stream. I've been training my my algorithm on YouTube by just literally watching academic lectures, and I'm currently going through a bunch of lectures at the Boston Fine Arts Museum.
Wonderful! I recently assigned my students for Halloween a project to present on the history, cultural impact, and possible inspirations behind yokai, because that'd be fun. And I was pleasantly surprised with the number of ukiyo-e and emaki sources they pulled. So, yay!
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. I'm into this. I'm fucking into this. Give me the name.
It was a fun project. I enjoyed. Almost all the little redacted turned it in late, though. I'm annoyed. They were busy doing Halloween partying. Like it was due on Halloween, but I gave them a week to. Anyway,
I was a fan of making everything due before, like a full 24 hours before.
Yeah, but I was having them present on Monday, and then like grr.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge there. It's a little bit of a challenge.
Shakes them.
Yeah.
It was so embarrassing because we had a student visit and like only 2 of them had it done. This visiting student was like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" We sit here and awkwardly wait for these guys to finalize their presentations. They swear they're almost done with as they sweat.
Oh my goodness. What? So I apologize to the person I'm calling out here, but one of my Discord chat, one of the people in my Discord community is a college freshman and was like, I want to kill the professor who came up with the idea of the mandatory public presentation, and I'm like, sorry, buddy, that's actually the really important assignment. Like, that one's the one that matters. Like, I would be willing to burn down almost every other form of classroom evaluation before that one.
It is such a good life skill.
That's like the important one. Like, that is the important one. Like, if you had like a standard like public US high school education where like you gave like 3 public presentations over 4 years, those are like more important than like most entire classes you took. Like,
yeah, because like especially high school is about like building essential skills for both academia and for life. Also, hi Fizbuzz, hi actually, hello. I think that learning to do research, learning to present your ideas coherently, learning to take questions on the fly about your material is really useful for basically everything you will ever do involving other people, involving trying to create things, involving trying to discover the world. So
and it's one of those things where it's like I go a little bit crazy about people being like, when will you use this? And it's like, plumbers need to know how to do this one, man. Like, this is like, you are like, the ability to create a career where being able to do extemporaneous public speaking will never be useful is so challenging to create that career for yourself. Like,
well, because like explaining yourself clearly is essential to getting many things you want in life, whether it's selling a service someone needs, they don't know they need, whether it's getting out of a traffic ticket, whether it's
there we go.
Anything. Like it's such a useful skill.
It's so.
I believe in the power of words. I'm a word-based life form.
Yes. I believe in the power of words. I believe in the power of public speaking. I am primarily a writing person, and it's still just like, here's a real tell for you folks. A real tell about how important this is that at real rich kid schools, they have full-on rhetoric coursework. Like, that's a class subject, is rhetoric. That's how important this is. That's the real sign that this is a really important skill, is that at the rich kid schools, they are putting this on par with math. That said, thank you so much for being on, Vera. I think I am ready to wrap up my own stream. It's a little bit of a short one for me at 5 hours, but...
Oh gosh, yes. Don't let me keep you up. Of course.
No. I'm just really grateful you came on.
I have more things I could say, but they get away.
Well, I'd love to have you on for like a more planned one of these days. This was fun to do, like the Johnny Carson role play here for a minute, but
well, it's always a pleasure, of course.
Always a freaking pleasure. But no, I sometimes wonder if like my chat doesn't believe me sometimes when I say like so and so is like a dear friend, when it's like somebody who's like almost never on my stream or something like that. Like everybody.
I'm gonna squeeze you at the next con thing. I'm gonna squeeze you. I'm gonna try and pick you up. I'm gonna hurt both of us.
I know I can pick you up. That one I know.
You can pick me up. Yeah.
I can do that one. You picking me up. I think you can do it. I think you're very powerful.
Maybe.
I think you're very powerful. I unless I start eating cement between now and then, I think you'll be able to pull it off.
I've heard cement is very high calorie.
Cement is very high calorie. Yeah, very strong Mila. Yeah. It's just almost never mentioned. Well, Vera leaves such a strong impression on everyone around her.
Oh, shucks.
Vera's an incredibly powerful person, and we all hope for the best. And I'm really excited. I'm really excited for your game. I'm really excited to see your coming streams. Do you have anything else you want to say before we raid out?
Yeah, I mean, check out the Lorebeards podcast if you like Warhammer, if you like tabletop games, if you like all of that stuff. We have a podcast with me and some of the other writers from the Warhammer tabletop games, some YouTubers who cover Warhammer stuff. It is fucking awesome. I'll be announcing some things I'm doing there before too long. And
thank you for reminding me that I need to go beat Sotek with a hammer. Dude fucking owes me right now.
Ooh, interesting. I want to hear about this. I had a debut. If you want to check out some
please
cool
do. Actually,
things
hold on.
that I do. I have a Twitch, I have a YouTube, I have a Discord also where things happen. These are cool zones. And Kango, noted. House Leaves I mean to read. I've not read it yet. I'm super interested.
I am hoping that I'm missing it, and that we've already gotten the formal shout out for you in. Okay, we didn't. That's her channel. Shout out at Vera Simila. I should have, if I'd been smart, I actually would have gone to the VOD in question, because this one's like first screen content, right? This is I was having such a blast watching your debut. It was so cool, and it's like it's such like I was like so stunned as soon as like I tuned in. I tuned in like 10 minutes in. I was so stunned because like you've overhauled everything.
I have been sitting on this for like 2 years. I'm excited. I've been refining stuff and thinking about it, and it's been exciting.
Like I just like changed my backgrounds and got a new rig and called that good. I was like making a big fuss about that. And here's fucking you. These with like completely new ways of doing eyes. Like VTubers make such a big fuss about eyes, and you have like knocked it out of the goddamn park. This is so good. Oh my goodness. Yeah,
like if I could say one more thing, the idea there was almost like counterculture, because the VTuber eye meme is to have like all of these complicated layers that have like eye shine, like wiggles inside, and like cool particle effects, and it's all about complexity. The VTuber design scene has become very much about really elegant and beautiful models. I love these. They're amazing. They have these incredibly complex and intricate designs. They are fascinating to just look at. Like, look at Juniper Actius, incredibly complicated rigging. beautiful, like striking. It's amazing. I have gone the opposite way where everything is so simple. My eye is two colors. It is one simple shape, and the idea is to just keep it mobile, make the movement interesting, make the words cool, and to use that to make it iconic in any position.
You hit something really cool there, which is that you hit this really cool moment where like you chose you say simple shape. I think it's not the simplest shape, right? It is a kind of, I would describe it as like a gear shape. It's a thing that I associate with like metal grinders shape. And it's simple compared to some of the shapes that you could make that are like highly fractalized or highly asymmetric. Like yours has total quaternary symmetry.
Yes.
But it's so unusual, right? You've hit on a form of intricacy and originality. Hello, Archibald. You've hit on a level of like originality that is like that people have just like not hit, and it really shows that like that we have been overlooking some of the possibilities. You are making the rest of us look like fools here, right? You are clowning on us.
My heart. This is
clowning on us. She is devastating the VTuber community. We'll never survive this. Vera will be the only one left.
Arch is right. I'll say hello. Kango, that is so sweet. I am truly honored. I that means the world. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it was wonderful. Kango, you hit the right note. This is VTubers like to be appreciated for the work we put in, right? Like it's not just about like being appreciated for like who we are as people. We actually do like when our work gets noticed and like affects people. Like that's actually good. That's good. That's good. All right. I am going to raid out. We are going to raid Eiko. She is doing a collab of RV with some of her friends, but she is somebody who I've never gotten the chance to raid and who I do like and is a regular here. So we're going to raid Eiko. There was my socials. I'll let me put it in the Discord. I gave the shout out to Vera. I think that is everything that I want to go through. Everybody have a lovely night. I have been Almantas. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna cancel that raid. I'm gonna cancel that fucking raid. Let me cancel that raid because I have to do something. I have to do something myself. I have to do something shilly about myself. We don't need to see that anymore. We need to see my schedule. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Vera. The only thing I've left to show is that Thursday, 10 p.m. is the next stream. I will be doing Peak. Finally, I'm getting friend slopped. I've not been friend slopped before. We are friend slopping with Inari Reiju, her brother, Morp, and her father, Randver. And I am her uncle in this family drama. Me and Randver are both morons who don't know how to play Peak. And Inari apparently poisons people in Peak, and Morp is like Morp is never helpful. Morp is never helpful. Morp is always your enemy. So I expect that we will fail a lot. I expect us to have a very horrible time. And I expect the audience to have a good time. But yes, I have been Almantas. This has been Vera.
Keep it real. Thanks for having me again.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Have a lovely night, everyone.